So, I'll just start with a few important points which we will, go through a few important points. One is that, as I said yesterday, there is a certificate blessed by Swami at the end of a daily attendance is a must. So, kindly ensure that not only you are attending, but also anybody else who is, not who is not able to make it for some reason on time, or just give them this information that let us be on time, so that right in the start of the session that we will just ensure that all are here. Now I will just take a small a classroom session in a typical Gurukulam school. This is my own experience. So I am teaching in the 8th standard boys here. So I will just present a typical classroom scenario. And this is with the boys of the weakest section, that is the English, which is of a very low standard. English is much to be improved. It needs a very great jump to come to a good standard of English. So this is section 2 of 8th standard. This is a scenario when I walk into the classroom. I am going to take a chapter now called A Day in the Ashram. So I walk into the class and say, I am greeted by Sai Ram Amma, Sai Ram Amma, depending on their mood. So some of them are standing, some of them are sitting. Just all of you please stand up. Let us say the prayer together. So okay, all of them in the loudest voice possible, they start off the prayer. And then I ask them to sit down. And I am ready with whatever I have to teach, which is the first chapter of 8th standard. How many of you are in the 8th standard teaching? State board. So you must be familiar with this lesson, right? So all of you please sit down. Okay, 3-4 minutes to just quieten down. And then, okay, are you all ready now for this lesson? Shall we start? Yes, Amma, all ready. So okay, here is a day in the ashram. So, if I were to describe one day in the ashram with the boys, that would perhaps bring home to you its inner beauty. Have you understood this? No, you have not understood, right? Okay, now I'll just make an attempt to explain to you, and any of the boys who know a little bit of English, please translate this for me into Kannada so that the other boys can understand. So, if I were to call one boy who is slightly better at English, I ask him to translate. So now, there's some action going on at the other end. 2 boys are chattering over there. So I said, Ramesh, what's the matter? Can you just be quiet? Okay, Mom, okay. So again, if I were to describe to you one day in the ashram with the boys, that would perhaps best bring home to you the inner beauty. What's the matter here? Please get up. You are just disturbing the other boy who's concentrating on his work. Please stand up. Come and sit here. Okay. Sit. Now the next line. Okay. The boys have described something. Now we go to the next line. Long before sunrise, like the birds in our own Amloki groves, our boys are awake. Now, do you know the meaning of the word groves? Okay, you don't know the meaning of the word groves. So let me write it down. Groves. Groves means a garden full of fruit trees. Fruit trees. Okay, all of you have understood? Ramesh, have you written down? So Ramesh is not there. Where is Ramesh? Ramesh has now come to the other end of the class. So okay, Ramesh, why are you sitting here? Please get up and come back to your seat. No, Amma, this Saurabh, he doesn't have a book. Oh, Saurabh doesn't have a book. Saurabh, why don't you have a book? What happened? Amma, you know, and he's looking around for support from the other boys. And all the other boys sitting around saying, Amma, you know what happened yesterday? Monkey came into the room. He opened the box and took away all the food there. He took away book also. Oh, is that so? But Ramesh, please go back to your seat. Please be seated there only. Don't jump like this from place to place. On. So we'll continue the lesson. And now the excitement is built up over some other thing that has come in between. So another boy, Dhanush, Amma, eat breakfast. I said, yeah, yes, I had breakfast. So shall we go back now? So start with the next few lines. Now, Pranav comes. He's got something important to say. He's coming to the table because something very urgent he has to convey. What is it, Pranav? Please go back to your seat. No, Amma, see, this Kaustubh sitting next to me, he's reading a book under the table. And they are sitting right in the front seat. So, oh, is that so? Kaustubh, is it true? But I can see he's sitting and reading the book. He's kept the book open. No, Amma, he's kept it underneath. I said, okay, let me come and see. Is that so? And go and, there's a book. Okay, now please, Kaustubh, please go out. Give me that book. No, Amma. What is this? You're reading a book in the classroom while I'm teaching. No, Amma, no. He's denying it completely. Please go out. And then what happens? The bell is rung. That's it. Finished. So how much have I taught? About 5 or 6 lines at the most. Nothing has happened. No action has happened. Never. So this is in one of those classes. Now the scenario 2. This is scenario 2. Scenario 2. Now I speak Kannada. I don't have to depend on English to teach my voice. So I come into the class, I've prepared everything for the class, and now I'm going to present the lesson. So I start reading. Now the boys are all attentive because I speak Kannada. They know that they are going to get the explanation. So I start off teaching them and translating the words into Kannada. Translating the lines one by one into Kannada. So now I have their full attention because they are understanding what is being spoken. But the same issues are there. These issues continue, but I can get them back fast because they will listen to me. They are not depending on my English, not depending on English for communication. It's just Kannada. So all these things are going on. I managed to get 2-3 paragraphs for them to understand, and they're all very happily nodding their heads. And then at the end of the class, I take one particular line from the lesson, what I have taught. I say, okay, now Dhanush, please tell me this line. What does it mean? The choristers are the first to rise and they go around the ashram singing their morning hymn. Please explain it. You can explain it in Kannada. He's blank. I don't know, Ma. But I just explained to you in Kannada. You have not understood what I spoke. But yes, Amma, I understood. But when you say it in English, I don't know what it means. So now these are the 2 scenarios that are happening in a classroom. One is English speaking, total English. The other is translated into Kannada. So which do you think is more effective teaching of the language?
One.
Can you just guess? The first scenario or the second scenario?
First.
Second.
Which one?
First.
When have they picked up English better?
First.
In the first one. Okay, any other opinion? That when they were spoken to in Kannada, they got English language understanding better? Which is it? Do you think scenario 1 or 2? Which is more effective teaching? 1. All of you are in agreement that the English spoken is more effective. Now, the point is that neither of these are effective. Because in the first case, they have not understood anything that is spoken. That is why they are so restless. They are not paying any attention because why? This teacher is going on in English and language we cannot connect. And then asking, oh, if it is a boy, he'll say, had breakfast, Amma. If a girl just say, Amma, new sari, is it? These are the things. Because their mind is not focused. They are not interested in what is written in the chapter. They have not understood anything. So it's just a diversion for them. They need a diversion. They have not understood. Effectiveness is nil. And in the second scenario, what happens? They'll be nodding their heads. They have understood everything. They have understood the gist, everything. They have understood the lesson very clearly. But are they able to present even a single line in English? No. What has happened is that while you are explaining in Kannada, while you are saying it in English, their minds are switched off. Because they know immediately after that you are going to explain the line in Kannada. So why bother to listen to English? So there also effectiveness is nil. This is what happens in the classrooms because we are not able to engage them well. Now, what we have to do is tell me and I forget. The first scenario is you tell me, I will forget it. Second scenario is teach me and I remember. In Kannada, I have taught them and they will remember it. But what do they need to learn? They need to be involved. So now we have, as a teacher, we have to think of something that will get them involved. Now in this particular lesson, a day in the ashram, whoever's from the 8th standard, how will they connect to this chapter? It's an ashram. The boys are getting up early. They are going around singing. So this is something they can connect. So we say, okay, this is Shanti Niketan. We say, oh, Shanti Niketan, I mean Gadak Shanti Niketan. No, not that, not Shanti. This is Rabindranath Tagore, what he has built in Kolkata and West Bengal. Amma, where is Kolkata? Kolkata is in West Bengal. West Bengal? Oh, West Bengal, that's in Northeast India. Now that is going on a different track. They've lost interest. So what is the way for them to get this? Because I understood they
ambience. Similar thing. So, okay, you go for Suprabhatam here, see they're going for Suprabhatam. Studies under the trees. Here also there's a kind of freedom for studies because you are with the gurus. Then afternoon activities are music. Who's done this? Music and carpentry and all those activities. So, just like you all, they are also doing. Now do one thing, now make a timetable. Make a timetable for this day in the ashram. How the boys are spending their time. Not a timetable we say from this time to this time, wake up, this time to this time, your breakfast. No, not that. Give the list of the activities that they, so that anybody looking at this will know, okay, this is what is happening in the ashram on any given day. So then they are very happy. Why? They will start reading. I say, okay, then now start reading. If you have any doubts, please come to me. If you you have the dictionary. Dictionary is your best friend. So please consult your best friend and get the meanings. Any other things, I will help you. So they are given a project where they will be happily engaged. They are doing in 2s or 3s and they have understood the lesson also. Maybe not perfectly, maybe they can't present it perfectly, but at least they have sort of made the effort to read, to understand because it engages them. So that is what it is. Involve me and I learn. This is what a teacher's duty is, not to fill things into their head. And then what happens is, it starts as rote learning. Rote learning means you teach them, you keep standing and teaching them. They sit and listen or they don't listen. And at the end of it, sir, Amma, what about notes? Yes, I've got the notes ready here. Here are the notes. Write down the notes. See, these things you study will come in the exams. These question and answers will come in the exams. And that's it, finished. That lesson is over. What did they understand? Nothing. With that rote learning, what will happen? Their memories will improve. But their language will be, again, 0. So in rote learning, what happens? It is passive learning. We are just filling them up with some ideas. And what happens when they don't understand anything? Because they are not familiar with the basics of English. They are disinterested and distracted in class. unmotivated and lacking direction. What happens is when they don't find an interest, the teacher starts getting upset with them. So they start getting upset with the entire thing. They are now disinterested. Then they are unmotivated and lacking direction. After that, what happens? Because of that consistent poor performance, we can't expect much out of them now because they've lost interest. Labeled as an underachiever. Now what do we think? We understand, okay, this boy, he's not paying attention, he's always distracting the others. He's an underachiever. He gets marks, very less marks. What happens when he's labeled like that? He loses the will to make efforts to improve. So finally it comes to that. And who's responsible for that? Not the boy, not the child. It is we ourselves. Because we have failed to make him interested in what we are doing. And then finally we are labeling them also. So the secret of this is see what interests them, see how to engage them, and then create the necessary atmosphere for them to work it out themselves. Do not spoon feed. Because if you spoon feed, they will not gain anything. You will feel very satisfaction as a teacher that, okay, I've done my job. I've taught them, I've given them the notes, I've given them everything. And that's fine. I've done my job as a teacher, but has it been effective? That is what we should remember when we teach. So what are the important aspects of language teaching? It is said that language learning is the battle of the mind as well as battle of the heart. Any language. We must remember that all the other subjects are concept based. They can remember some concepts and they can present it in the language they know, in the way they know, as long as they have understood the concepts. That is enough. But if with language, it's a skill. It is only a skill or a tool to understand things in a better way. So what happens? We make the textbook into a final, into the final word for their performance. Whereas what is needed is their skills have to be improved, developed and improved. So what are the tips for this? For important aspects of language teaching? Don't teach the language. Use task-based and communicative ways. Find creative ways that inspire them to actually use the language. Encourage students to adopt a hands-on approach to language learning. Hands-on approach means they use the language as often as possible. Now what is happening in the schools here is, they come to the English class, they hear something, but the moment they step outside, they are back to their language, mother tongue. It's not wrong. As Swami said yesterday, mother tongue is very, very important. We should not discourage that. But if they have to improve English language, then they have to speak in it. And for them to speak in it, how will they improve if we don't encourage them? So who has to speak? The teachers. All the teachers have to speak to them only in English. At least keep it during the school hours. It need not be all the time. But they may be very comfortable interacting with you in their mother tongue because you speak that and they feel very comfortable. But don't keep them in that comfort zone. Insist that they speak English all the time. That's the only way they will improve. We think that you take spoken English classes and you join spoken English classes and learn English. It never happens. It can happen only by your own efforts. That is, speaking more, reading more. These are the ways to improve the language skills of children. Always use positive reinforcement. So whenever they make any mistakes, let us not laugh or point a finger at them. Because they are wanting to learn, and in their enthusiasm to speak, they may make mistakes. But it doesn't happen in our Gurukulam that they are made fun of, because that's a different approach to the children altogether. But all the same, sometimes there may be a tendency to poke fun at them, or so once that happens, their interest reduces. So use positive reinforcement. Don't be boring. Don't be boring can mean a vast variety of things. One is, don't keep sticking to the textbook. as though the textbook is the one and only important thing in the world. Use other methods also. Like what I have been doing is that I take some comprehension passages for their work. So what happens is, now that is something different from the normal book, textbook. So they have an interest. And sometime, many a time, they find something interesting in the comprehension passages. Because it is giving them some information which they don't know. And at the same time, they are working on their English. So every time I come into the class, they ask, Amma, passage, unseen passage? They are so interested. That means it's not because they are not interested in language or learning it, because we have not used the right technique to make them interested. Focus on the needs of the student rather than the compulsions of the teacher. Now this applies very much to the tests that we keep constantly giving them. So what happens is, now every week there is a test, let us say, for English and other subjects. What happens, especially for English, what happens is we feel that if we give them a test and they get 9 out of 10 marks, then their English will improve. But is that the case? It may be with other subjects, science or maths. But is it so with English? With English, it's not the same. Because you will give them some small things, questions, or which you know that they will answer correctly. At the end of it, you'll give 9 marks out of 10. Because it is a test after all. You have to present that test result to the principal, let's say. But what happens is, who's the loser? They are the losers. Because this constant testing approach is not going to encourage them. One boy, he was so upset because I'm giving the maximum marks for their minimum effort. I give maximum marks to encourage them. Sometimes if it doesn't come up to the expectations, one boy, he just crushed the paper. That question paper for the weekly test, he crushed it. He had taken it so seriously that this is my performance. You know, every time he's asking, they keep running, come running. They keep running and coming and saying, Amma, how much marks have I got? How much marks have I got? As though the marks are the most important thing. Now that feeling comes to them. If I score 9 out of 10, means I'm good in that subject. It may be in other subjects, but definitely not in English. So let us focus on the needs of the student. Let us speak to him, let him interact, let him enjoy the class. Not be compulsive kind of teaching with tests. That will not help. When there is a syllabus to be completed or an exam to be faced, the child is intimidated. This affects his interest and enthusiasm to learn. So is it having any effect, all these tests and exams? Is it going to improve their performance? It's not going to improve their performance because they fear the exams. With the exams and the marks, their parents will be behind them. Why didn't you get enough marks? What happened? Aren't you studying? Are you wasting time in the class? On the one side, the pressure from the teachers. On the other side, the pressure from the parents. And what happens in the end? They just lose their interest. As teachers, at best, we can only be facilitators or guides. One thing we have to understand, we may be a very good teacher. We might be the best of teachers, but the real learning happens when the child himself takes up some kind of a study. We give the best of inputs to them in class, but let us understand, we are only facilitators and guides. We are nothing more than that. The child himself will learn and pick up if we inspire them. That inspiration is the one that is going to make them learn. And grammar is the foundation for building language skills. Learning grammar enables students to speak and write more accurately, confidently, and fluently. So what do you do for grammar? Do we go on giving them worksheet after worksheet for grammar? No. What we do is make them speak. Call 2 of them and tell them, okay, now you ask the other person, other girl or other boy about how was your day? What time did you get up? So the other boy will answer, I got up at so and so time. What did you do after that? So encourage them with that kind of questioning and answering, where their grammar will be corrected by itself. So while they are speaking between themselves, you can just say, no, this is not the right, say it this way. So what happens? They develop more accuracy, confidence and fluency in the language. So we must understand, every student is not the same. Some student has unique skills for language. Some students have a good vocabulary, but may not have the ability to speak. Some students will be motivated, while others will be happy with just passing grades. So learning a language involves mastery of both skill and knowledge. We must make a little bit of concession in the understanding that every child is different. So let it be a child-centric approach. Assess the child correctly, see what his or her interests are, what his skills are. As it is said here, he may not be very good at, he may not have much of a skill in language, but he has skills in something else. So with that understanding, let us not compare different children. Because as we know, that is a demotivation. When we compare different children, it is a demotivation. And demotivating is the biggest mistake that a teacher makes. Now, this was an interesting find for me also actually. In the Facebook, there was one of the trainers, English trainers, had conducted a he had conducted a survey on which particular aspect of language learning is the most difficult, which the essential language skills you struggle with most were asked. That was a question asked to the people who were part of that survey. And what was it found? That the biggest struggle was with listening. The second was with speaking. And the lesser struggles were with writing and reading. That means of these, which is the most difficult? Which is the most difficult of all? Listening skill. Listening is the most difficult. And speaking. That we all know. Speaking is difficult. But have you ever thought that listening was difficult? This is the very important thing to understand. Because what are we doing in the schools? We are doing reading and writing, giving them plenty of reading, plenty of writing. But that is the least difficult of all when we see it, understand it for language. Listening, speaking. Now what Anantakrishna brother is going to do is, he is going to present a lot of the important listening skills, how to develop listening skills and speaking skills. So in your classroom also, please understand that keep one subject, any particular period in a week for listening skills. Get them something to listen to. There are many things on the net where you don't have to actually have an audio presentation. You can just make them listen and then ask questions based on that. So yesterday Swami had mentioned in detail about Anantakrishna brothers teaching in the CBSE and how they have leaped ahead of others. So the thing is, this was the thing. The listening skills were honed, so to say. Listening skills were improved. This is a very important find, a very important thing which I think any teacher will sort of be surprised. So we have to take a creative approach to English teaching. How do we do it? Through storytelling, audio visuals, through skits, elocutions, debates. Phonetics is something that empowers the child because now he knows the pronunciations of things. So if I used to tell these children, okay, what is the pronunciation of P-U-L-L? What's the pronunciation? Pull. Okay, what's the pronunciation of D-U-L-L? They'll say dul. They don't know the meanings in any case. So if you say this is P-U-L-L is pull, then D-U-L-L is dul. So this is the struggles that they face. We don't understand because we already know the language well. But when we see their struggle with the language, phonetics is one way of empowering them. So they know this pronunciation is correct. What happens when they say the wrong pronunciation, like how Swami mentioned about Modi ji? People, the impression of people comes a notch lower, no? It comes a little, okay, this person is very erudite, he knows everything, but he doesn't have the skills in pronunciation, for instance, or the vocabulary. So here, what Swami has also emphasized yesterday, they should be very good at English. And for that, for them, we teachers have to take that. We have to bear the mantle now. It is not the children. We teachers have to become the language experts. So this training is for that, to make experts in language, for imparting to the children. They must not by any means learn wrong pronunciations, wrong usages from us. I find that many of the newspapers nowadays, they have wrong English. It's not the English that was there 20 years back. The present day English is so poor because those who are writing now, articles now, their teachers were not good enough. So their mastery of the language has come down. And we tell children, please read newspapers. Newspapers will not improve English. These days, newspapers. It is all what you can call, to some extent, I'll say, butler English, which is just, somehow manage to express something. So here, finally, we can just say, what happens with creative teaching method? Now, this is activity-based or participative. The other one was rote-based, which is passive. This is activity-based, which is participative. Now you're involving them. So what happens? You are engaging the student with tasks and activities. What do? You use the audiovisual medium for that. You encourage reading of books. What happens with these inputs? Improved communication skills. Once their communication skills have improved, their overall improvement also comes up level. Excuse all this, whatever the PPT is not perfect. There's a small mistake here and there. And then, this is what happens. What do we want? We want overall improvement in performance. And that can come only through creative teaching methods. So, finally, to round it up, if you're a teacher who is able to inspire a student to continue teaching, to keep on learning, to keep going despite the setbacks, then you have gone beyond being a simple language teacher. You have helped your students become better people. And what is the objective of the Gurukulams now? To make divine, to make from human to divine. So, if you're a teacher who can inspire a student, then you have made the child reach his maximum potential. So with that, I just come to the close of this presentation. I'll now hand over the time to Ananta Krishna brother. Thank you all. Sai-Ram.
Fine lotus feet of our most beloved Swami. So just now we had a wonderful session by Sister Lata, wherein she focused the problems and the challenges that a teacher faces in teaching and as pupil faces in learning. So what are the different problems and challenges? She in fact presented beautifully two scenarios, and then through wonderful PPT presentation she showed how what is actually creative teaching and how it should be carried out, what is actually involvement, and through even database research she said which is the most difficult part of all this. Now 9:3 quite early. So we thought I had a small change, interchange of my agenda, which I have kept. I'd like to bring it to your notice. Today I had to start, after finishing the basic principles and all that, which I'm going to now show it on the screen. We wanted to start the phonetics, but I will make a digress. I'll start with handwriting. I'll tell you why later. So, pondering over, I'll once again reiterate one thing which I told yesterday. After this 1 week workshop, your English may not improve, but definitely you will go with a better understanding as to how you will improve English. How you can improve English if you put into practice all these things that we tell, if you have faith in that method. So now, I'll just quickly, briefly, some of the things yesterday itself I have put it. These are the basic principles and concepts that we have to remember in teaching learning process. We can have a solution only when we know the problems very well. And only a teacher who goes to the grassroots level and teaches can only understand what are the different problems and challenges. Also, sister said, there's one important thing which I would like to note. This is actually not contradictory, but you have to think it in a different angle, from a different angle. Sister said, pointed out two cases where one is the use of English language through English language, teaching English through English. And the other case was using Kannada and teaching. So this is highly debatable. You know, it has been highly debated by experts whether the help of Kannada is really required or not. The help of Kannada in teaching English or any other language for that matter, the help of mother tongue, this really helps or not, it is very, very debatable. But then going by how we taught, and madam also taught, madam is actually, her mother tongue is not Kannada, but she is able to inspire the students so beautifully. So we have felt together that when we have discussed also and when we have seen our experience and how it happens, one very, very important conclusion which we drew was, if you can teach English only through English, and the use of mother tongue, what happens when you are teaching another language, it hinders in two ways. That is, it hinders the teacher also in his own fluency. He will not be able to be that effective when he starts, because I have found it in my own life that if I start using Kannada that much, to that extent, my English vocabulary will go down. Now I am using my English language constantly, repeatedly. I am just using English words. It is much better for me to have a hold on this language if I focus on one language. Otherwise, it will be war between two words. There will be a clash between two languages. So it's very difficult for us to focus with using two languages. And another thing, this is from teacher's point of view. But what about from the student's point of view? How does a student find it difficult to learn English if mother tongue is used? Can anyone tell me what is that psychology that happens which retards, hinders the language learning of that particular language if mother tongue help is given? Can anyone guess? Think? Yeah, please.
We have observed. See, if we take Kannada, because the children are conditioned to always think in their mother tongue and create sentences. See, for instance, if somebody asks me or asks a child, where is the HM sir? So we'll say, he has gone out to office, so and so place. But in Kannada, the structure of sentence is different. They'll say, in Kannada, I will say, avaru oragade hogidare. So when they translate into English, out, gone, see, this is how they are not able to, get the nuances of English speaking. They always, the sentences are jumbled. I mean, that is one thing which we have seen is a maximum struggle If you ask them to construct a sentence, they are not able. See, they are good in vocabulary, words also they are good. But when it comes to constructing sentences, they are not. So that I feel is one of the major problems. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir has pointed out at a very important aspect. But then I would like to draw your attention to the psychology part of it. Generally, the psychology part of it, the psychological reason why we feel a student finds it difficult to learn that particular language if mother tongue help is given, is that when we give the help of mother tongue, the student becomes comfortable. In the comfort zone, the student does not like to venture into difficulty. You know that Newton's law of motion, third law of motion. What is Newton's third law of motion? It states that every body continues to be in the same state of, is it the third law or second law? Is it first law? Anyway, I have forgotten physics, which was of great interest for me many years back when I was a student. So Newton's, one of the laws of motion states that every body continues to be in the same state of motion until and unless, or same state of inertia, unless acted upon by a different body. It's the tendency of students, not to venture into difficulty. You give them little help of comfort, they will grab it. And that laziness, man wants to get lost in that sloth of laziness, in that inertia. Ignorance is blissful, we say, Ignorance is blissful. So the moment you give some comfort, they will grab it. So what? Learning takes place only in the condition of challenge. You keep giving challenges to pupils, they'll rise to the occasion. This is a very, very important point which I am pointing it at. Please make a note of this. Learning happens only in the state of challenge. For example, now, we also think that we should make the question paper easy, or we should give easy ones for the boys to, easy passages or easy lessons for them to learn. We think that we should make it easy, we should not make it very tough. But the psychology, the truth, you know that we all know that there are three bodies of educational, this Indian education which is being imparted. One is CBSE, the other one is state syllabus of every state, the other one is ICSE. And we all know ICSE students, they are so very intelligent. Their knowledge level is too high. They are way beyond, they are other pole. Whatever you present, if you present a challenge, they will rise to the occasion. So it's always better not to make it easy for the children, and always give it challenge and make it tougher. They will always try to raise to that. Swami says, aim high, soar high. So if you give a challenge, it is easy for everyone to raise. So instead of bringing down the standard to cater to the level of the so-called weak students, what should we do? I'll give you two options. There are two options. There are a heterogeneous mixture of students in your class. Heterogeneous mixture of weak students and bright students, suppose. Now, there's one option. You can make a section of weak students separately. You can make a section of bright students separately. This is one option to deal with the situation. Either you can say, I'll teach one class of all weak students. I'll combine them. Which do you prefer? Combined will prefer. Now, if you make a section of weak students only, you may think that I may be able to concentrate fully on weak students. Each one I'll be able to correspond with, I'll be able to individually deal with. The teacher can deal with properly better. But what advantage do we have when we combine them? What is that advantage that we have when we combine them? Yeah. Yes? Yes. So one is, the sight of bright students, the company of bright students, because the moment a weak student sits with a bright student, that very moment his confidence level boosts up. So he feels that I also belong to this category. So always we should hit upon psychology. We should see the state of mind, through that learning happens. If you can boost the self-confidence of the person, automatically learning takes place very fast by leaps and bounds. So that is one advantage. The other advantage for the student, for the teacher, is that, see, there is a shloka in Sanskrit. This is very, very relevant to this. Acharyat padam adatte padam shishyaha swamedhaya padam sa brahmacharibhyaha padam kalakramena cha. What is the meaning of the shloka? Acharyat, from the teacher, a pupil gains only 1/4 of knowledge. From the teacher, Sister Lata was telling, learning happens from within. We are only facilitators. So from the teacher, the student learns only 1/4 of knowledge. Acharyat padam adatte, only padam. Padam shishyaha. 1/4 he learns from his classmates. 1/4 of the knowledge he learns from his classmates. Padam shishya, swamedhaya. Then another quarter he learns from his own application of his own intelligence. He himself employs his own intelligence. Padam sa brahmacharibhyaha, padam, and 1/4 from his friends, 1/4 from his own intelligence, 1/4 from teacher, remaining in course of time. From experience it comes in course of time. So these are the different modes of learning, different ways of learning. Therefore, we have to keep in mind the psychology of learning, especially when we deal with languages, So, the great advantage that a teacher has when he has a heterogeneous mixture is that, what is the great advantage? For the pupil, naturally he will get boosted up and he will feel this. For the teacher, how it will be advantageous? How will it be profitable? If it is a combined class, can you tell me? Hit upon that truth. Can anyone strike that? Just now I told that psychology, how it can be. The psychology I mentioned about the weak students, no comfort zone. So with that, can you tell me the answer now? With that said, that means, what it means is, when he combines the students, and when he teaches from the level of intelligent student, he should teach from the level of intelligent student. And intelligent students are going to assist the weak students. The weak students have a challenge now. What is the challenge? To reach to that target. Have you ever seen in swimming pool, for example, if a boy is learning swimming, have you ever seen the coach, he will give his hand. He will say, come on, beat the legs, beat your hands, idiot fellow, beat the hands. And that boy who is learning swimming will do all kind of circus and everything. And then finally if I leave him only, because this is my own experience. I learned swimming from a coach in Bangalore, and what happened, I was in comfort zone. I always had his hand for support, and I was happily, beating my legs and trying to float on water. So one day he ditched me. One day he took me, he said, come with me. I said, okay, where are you taking me? He said, come with me. Okay, so I just trusted him and went to the middle of the swimming pool. Then he said, come close. Then he looked at me and said, sir, why have you brought me here? Then he said, you just see now. And he gave me a push. He didn't give me a chance for even winking my eyes. And then I said, sir, what have you done? And then he said, beat your legs. Come on, beat your hands. Come on, push the water back. And I had no option but to listen to him, raise to the occasion. I bet my legs, and then I was gulping water, then I drowned. Then I started, I frantically, I did all my best to ask his help. Please help me, you're a great person, you're a generous person. Nothing went to, it all went to his deaf ears. Then somehow I found myself struggling. I crossed the breath. I could reach the other shore. How did it happen? I rose to the occasion. Challenge is given, you will rise to the occasion. Therefore, it is better rather than bringing down, in a heterogeneous class, rather than bringing down the standard to cater to the weak students, it is better to raise the standard and teach from the level of intelligent students, so that the weak ones will pick up with the assistance of intelligent students. Did you get this point? This is a very, very, very important point for us to remember. Always challenge. We have to put challenge. Only that, in that state of difficulty, in that state of challenge, only man learns. You know, there is, in biology we say, survival of the fittest. In the survival of the fittest. This is competitive life. Everyone wants to do best. Therefore, we have to give that challenge. We have to give that competition. Then only they'll come up in life. If you keep little comfort you give, haven't you seen in your houses little comfort? As my sister was telling, Amma, no children were calling her by Amma. And in the house, that's what happens. Little comfort if Amma gives, the child wants to go into that comfort zone. It doesn't want to learn. Therefore, language, why the student will not learn if mother tongue help is given? Because immediately that comfort zone comes in and he will not feel like learning. And this has been my experience in my more than 15 years of what I taught here in English. I have not used one word of Kannada in my English classes. One word of Kannada. I have not used Kannada at all. In fact, I have not spoken only even outside or anywhere. And it is my experience that the more you give the English ambience, the more you create an atmosphere of English, always English, keep speaking, persist. They may not immediately pick up, but it will keep going, seeping into their unconscious mind. Those words will be going deep into their mind. Haven't you found out one thing very, very, you all know this. Children, how do they learn mother tongue? Just let us ponder over it. Let us go deeper into it. Let us meditate on that. How do they learn mother tongue? They keep listening to the conversations of parents. I remember how I used to listen. They keep listening to the conversation of the parents, whether it is good or bad, sometimes quarrels. Even through quarrels they learn. Many words, this, that, they'll be, mother, father, they'll be but keenly the child will be listening to everything. And the child will be grasping, trying to, even at that baby stage, the child will be trying to know the meaning of what. It will be itself trying to analyze. Oh, I see. And that's how it is learning by itself. Does anyone teach the baby? Or does anyone teach the child to learn mother tongue? It learns by itself. Now that is the very psychology you have to employ, you have to use for English language also. What is that? Listening, exposure. Just give exposure. Any other amount of doing, okay, you can in addition give all these activities, this, that, blah, blah, blah. All that activities, good word building, sentence and do activities. But the most important factor, the most important one and only one method to improve the language is to give exposure. How did I learn Hindi if I go back in my life? How did I learn Hindi? I can talk Hindi very well. I can speak Hindi very well. How? When I was in Delhi with my father was in railways. When he was moving from place to place, and in Delhi and Bombay and Assam and Calcutta, where I stayed 4 places, it was only, we were listening to all serials, the TV, regularly Sundays, Hindi serials, and we were listening constantly to that, and we learned Hindi. How do people in Maharashtra or Bombay they learn Hindi just by staying? Nobody teaches you languages. Effortlessly, from within, naturally, spontaneously you learn. Language should be learned spontaneously, naturally. That is the best way of teaching. And that teacher who uses this tool of listening, Sister Lata was telling, listening. That teacher who uses this tool of listening in his teaching methodology, who uses this tool of listening in order to inculcate learning in the pupils, he is the best teacher because that is the best way of learning, that is the royal path of learning. Now, if you don't do that, and if you simply start doing some activities thinking that I am doing something, I am creating some activities, I have done so much hard work, well, I'll tell you, smart work is more important than hard work. Smart work. You may probably work for 12 hours, 14 hours a day. At the end of it, probably the result will be only left. Which one will you prefer? Efficiency. What is efficiency? Can you tell me? More output and less input, or less input or more output. Which is efficiency? When I say more efficient, who is a more efficient person? Less input, more output, right? That is smart work. It's not just hard work. Donkey also works hard, no? I'm not degrading or denigrating anything, but finally it will be only that. You will remain only at dunce if we don't employ the strategies of learning. This is very, very important, because we are not denouncing anything. But the most important thing is, often it happens that teacher works very hard and he says, I'm working hard from morning till night, I'm doing so many activities. The results will come if you do smart work, if you employ something which really strikes the students. Therefore, create an ambience. In that English ambience, I'll tell you, brothers and sisters, naturally it will take place. Naturally that learning will take place. If the principal is conversing with teachers, teachers are conversing with peons, peons are conversing with their peers, or everybody is conversing with each other in English, that ambience, atmosphere, the student who is there in that ambience, when he sees, okay, naturally he'll be listening to those words, and naturally it will be seeping deep into our subconscious. It's something called, there are two things called vocabulary: active vocabulary, passive vocabulary. What is passive vocabulary? Yeah, active vocabulary are the stock of those words. The stock of those words which come to your mind immediately in day-to-day life, which come to your mind immediately. You can use it in day-to-day life. But passive vocabulary are the stock of those words. You know them, but doesn't come to the surface of the mind when you want to use it. That is passive vocabulary. Therefore, first you have to make it passive vocabulary. First, as you are listening, now for example, you are listening to me, many words are going, immediately it is going deep into your subconscious. It is there, lying deep into subconscious. Constantly you keep listening to that. And then it becomes easy for you to pick up those words. It becomes active vocabulary. Therefore, it's very, very important for us to strike this strategy. First, give exposure. Let those words keep going. Don't disturb them. Don't expect any output. Over a period of time, naturally, like a flower which blossoms in some time, naturally the flower will blossom. Similarly, learning will happen. A boy or a girl or a pupil will start speaking over a period of time. Therefore, have immense patience. Language teachers must have immense patience. They must not start telling, I sow a seed. Next day I come and say, why the sapling has not come? So it will be very, very unrealistic. You should have faith in that subtle phenomena which is happening. Don't we have the faith in ours? When Swami was the communicator, don't we have subtle body when Swami was bringing Swami? We all knew Swami is there. In that subtle phenomena, everything is finer. Grosser is only the external manifestation. Behind that is the finer, which is the more important truth. Finer and finer and finest. The attribute list. Atman is the finest. It is the most subtlest, without any attributes. Now these are the attributes which, mic and these things, these have attributes, solid, liquid, gas, these have attributes. They have, shape, and they have, the smell and all these things. But going behind every object, every element, going deep into its truth, if you go behind the matter, you will find that it is attribute-less existence. That is the finest of all. Atman is attributeless. You cannot describe it. It doesn't have any color, shape, nothing it is, but still it is everything. It is everything, but it is nothing. You cannot call it anything, because everything has an attribute. But it is something. You cannot say it doesn't exist. Maya, midam sarvam, jagad atim deha paryantam. This is Maya. Use the same phenomena of that paravidya in English learning. It happens in the same way. Just keep giving exposures and know that it is learning. Know that it is happening. Prahlada was listening constantly for 9 months. He listened to Narada and he was born a genius. That is why pregnant women, we say, she should listen to Vedic chants. She should listen to divine stories, because the child is listening. Otherwise, why should we tell all this? Research has proved that a pregnant woman, if exposed to any kind of vibrations, it reaches its child also in its womb, in her womb. Therefore, what kind of exposure you give to the pregnant woman, to that extent that child will be born with good or bad qualities. It's a tested truth by even modern research. Therefore, telling this much, and then you can note down. We have given you a notebook. Definitely, you can please note down, but don't note it down when we are speaking. This is another psychology. I have noted one thing in our students, and of course, maybe it helps a few. But I feel that noting down when a teacher is speaking, why? Can you tell me why? Can you tell me why noting down is not good when we are speaking? Yes, complete involvement is not there. Listening itself is a great task. So you have to completely focus on listening. It is a task. Any speaker, make it a point not to write in between. Instead, register it in your mind. You are writing in your mind. Prahlada did not note down with a notebook inside the womb. He remembered everything. So if you focus completely on the speaker, you will register in your mind. We don't require anything. Memory is so sharp. It is said that Albert Einstein or the great scientist Newton or Albert Einstein, it is said that they used only 1/10 of their brain, it seems, 1/100 of their brain. That Albert Einstein who found out the theory of relativity. So you can imagine the power of the brain. We are using one infinitesimal part of the brain. So if we start depending on memory, Swami says, no, elephantine's memory our Murtyanna has. That will be one infinitesimal part of the real capacity of man's memory. That's why when memory increases, it is said that in examination and all we say, no, in examination we say that memory is very important for exams. If when memory fails, Karna, he lost Brahmastra mantra. At the last moment it ditched him. Now in examination, if the memory ditches the student, he is doomed, no, he will not be able to remember anything. Now, God, who is the embodiment of memory, see in Bhagavad Gita, he says, Bahuni me vetitani janmani tava charjuna, nanyaham veda sarvani natvam vetha parantapa. Bahuni me vetitani. I have spent many lives. You have spent many lives. I remember them all. You don't remember, Arjuna, he says. How does God remember everything of us? He is memory itself. And that is why he is realized. When you remember all your past lives, that time you are realized soul. Therefore, sharpen your memory, even in learning, even in your day-to-day life, sharpen your memory. That memory which is the basic tool for your performance. Okay, so addressing the problems and challenges, just now Sister Lata took us through a very beautiful session and course. I'll just once again go through briefly. Addressing the problems and challenges for teaching and learning English. Problems and challenges and their possible solutions. Lack of basic education in rural areas. So this is one problem. Lack of basic education in rural area. What is the solution? To lay a very strong foundation for the 6th class at the very young age, as early as possible. Here it is 6th class. Otherwise, 1st standard would be best. In our institution, it is 6th class. By teaching them basics of phonetics, basics of pronunciation, listening skills, handwriting and speaking. These are the basic strong foundation that we have to give in those areas, domains. Next one. Okay. Let's see the next. The number of students in each campuses would be more like 30 to 40 or even 50. Number of students in each section would be more like 30 to 40. This is one of the sadly grave problem. Don't you have, all of you have felt this? Have you felt? But I don't know really why we don't hit the, we don't think, we try to, it is like putting cart before the horse. We try to, just like that elephant which cleans itself and then again goes and rolls itself in mud immediately after bath. Have you seen that? An elephant after bath, well, it will goes back and again rolls itself in mud. So the whole thing becomes waste. In a place called Chennai. In Chennai, it is so hot. I remember when I was in Chennai with my father's, there's something called an integral coach factory. My father was the manager there. In that house, quarters, I used to take bath. And I felt that, you should take 3 times, 4 times showers. Worst, such perspiring, And immediately after taking bath, when you come out and again you start perspiring. Whatever, any number of times you take bath, it makes no difference at all. Now, it is like this. We don't hit, we are rounding about the bush. We are rounding about the bush without solving the real problem. If only we solve this problem, much of our problems will be solved. So many of you are sitting. You get together. What a strength it is. All of you say, why are we increasing the number of students unnecessarily? Quality will go down. Quality education should be given, not simply, take number of students, too many students in a class. Will you be able to pay attention? Think, will you be able to do valuation properly? What happens finally? One of the worst words for a teacher, one of the worst words in the educational scenario for the teacher is, can you tell me? Portions, completing portions. And one of the best words for a teacher, creativity. Creativity, innovation. Therefore, if this problem is solved, you all should feel that if we all take it together, we all make up our mind, definitely, understand. If you have any doubt, please ask doubts. But maybe we may not be able to prolong the doubt session every now and then, but quickly if you can, but we will give some time at the end of the session, and then you can clear your doubts, or probably we'll meet for some more time during lunchtime, or any time when you meet us, you can clear your doubts, because normally during the sessions, we'll have a limited time now. And you know that our time is curtailed only till 1:15, therefore time is little less. Therefore you can definitely ask doubts and clarify. Don't keep any doubts in your mind. Go back completely doubtless. So this problem we have to solve only by reducing the number of children in each class. 15 students, I feel, correct? 15 students, maximum 20. Another 5 you can accommodate if you feel you can. Then only you'll be able to teach them handwriting, then only you'll be able to teach them anything and do one-to-one correspondence. You should be able to go ahead and help them. You should be able to individually interact with them. That's all. These many students, I feel this is the solution. And Swami also has said this, but when it is going to happen, I don't know. I don't know why. Well, there are some difficulties, practical difficulties. Gradually that will happen. Swami has given that as an ideal. He told openly, he said, the class, how many students should be in a class? Swami's words, okay. How many students should be in a class? That many which a class teacher can handle. By knowing each one's background, by knowing each one's, you might have heard, some of you might have heard this speech, correct? At least one or two? I don't know. If you have heard. There is one at least who has heard this speech, who can say that yes. Yeah, you should know their background, family's background, everything. He told even chairman sir also should know everything, but he should just see everything is spiritual. It's not that chairman sir also should know the background of every student, and class teacher, principal. A principal also should know the background of every student, their family, their problems, weak students, everything you should know. In that class, every student, every detail the class teacher should know. So how many students should be in a class? As much as the class teacher can deal with them perfectly by individually remembering all the data. So if the class teacher 15, 20, 20. If the class teacher can do it 25, just is okay. But that scenario was when Swami said that one teacher only will be teaching all subjects. That is the ideal which he presented. Otherwise, piece by piece, if one teacher teach each subject, then it will be very difficult. Each teacher will be giving his own personality. One teacher will be very angry. That student will feel that anger is something which we have to emulate. Oh, I think this is how we should behave. We should be angry and we should slap. And if the teacher shouts and if he becomes many, I have seen students emulating. They think because they're so innocent at that age, they just copy anything the teacher is presenting. They don't blame the teacher. Such innocence, such greatness in students. They glorify even the negative qualities. They say this is how I think I should be. They trust the teachers. Therefore, why we lose temper, this is the cause. We lose temper, we are not able to hold the children. Too many children. And sister was presenting that. One student coming here, breakfast, and then talking about other things and that. Why it happened? Too many students. If you have 10, 15 students, class will be joyful. Once you try it, class will be very, very joyful. You can interact with them, you can talk to them, you can really help them in the real sense of the term. Yeah.
Just a small in connection with this. Swami had come to the Gurukulam and he spent time with the boys. He had lunch with them. So he was just jokingly asking, okay, does the teacher scold you? So yes. So what does the teacher do? They throw chalk or duster. So then some boys said they throw marker pen. So then Swami said that, okay, I will provide a lot of marker pens to the teachers. So this is in connection with the teachers.
Absolutely, absolutely. Swami was actually joking. You know, when Swami jokes, you have to read between the lines. We have to have that sixth sense to read between the lines. Sometimes what happens, that, I mean, when discipline goes bad or something, Swami's way of tackling, have you read God Management? I don't know this book, if you have read. God, how he deals with the situation. A master plan. Our Swami is perfect master. Perfect. None can surpass him. He knows everybody. Just imagine, if I know you completely, if I know the audience, I can do a better job. If I know the audience well, in my class, if I know every student well, I can deal with them, I can teach with them very well. Why should we, yesterday, why did we get to know each other? Because I knew how many have some difficulty, or how many are good, or how many are what difficulties they face. When you all told, now I have some kind of, so when I deal with you now, when I present all this, I'll be able to do a better job. Now just imagine Swami. He knows the past, present, future of everybody. How best he can control. He is the master manager. That is why he is able to deal. Because he knows everything. Whatever we, so, and from that point of view, he attacks us. And he conquers our heart. Therefore, knowing the children, knowing everybody is very, very important. Anyhow, as sister was pointing out, so children they emulate, they just trust us. Therefore, less number of students, as much as you can handle, knowing everyone very well, knowing their background, everything. You should be able to do, okay, valuation, you should be able to do justice. 40 students, will you be able to do justice? Every paper will, what generally happens, I remember one teacher telling me, I remember one of my colleague teachers many years back, 10 or 15 years back, when I had a bundle of valuation keeping on my table, and I was doing 45 or 46 papers in my class, and he was telling, "Yen sir neevu ishton deep ag marta idira." I was doing little, I was going through the script. Unlike other teachers, I was all very, at that moment, at the initial stages, a lot of josh will be there. We were youngsters, now little mellowed down, because having seen all this very well, And then I was reading, and I thought I should cut their marks, spelling mistakes, idiot fellows, and 45 papers. Then that sir was telling, "Yen sir, gee chaki sir, sumne kode sir, sumne. Tomorrow you should be." I used to take 1 week for correction, because I was very, very sincere. I was total sincere teacher. Then gradually I understood, this is not leading me anywhere at all. What nonsense is happening? This valuation is taking half of my time useless, and I'm not able to do anything better. Then I said, this job only, I'll change it. Then I started, as sister was telling, listening, this, that, and then we started giving all such. In CBSE, fortunately, I was the only teacher. Therefore, none could oppose. Otherwise, always 2-3 heads means what will happen? They will have their own opinions. They'll say, don't do this, don't do that. And then in that, and if, okay, at least subject teachers, if they discuss, and to add to the icing on the cake, the chairman sir comes, you do this way. Oh. Principal says, you do this way. Then the subject teacher will become only, just do what? Because they don't have that say, because they'll be afraid of it, because job and all, many considerations will be there. Because this is true. This is the truth I'm talking to you. Therefore, the number of children, then I understood it should be less. In fact, this year, in COVID situation, I got a chance to teach only in the beginning, in that when I took 2 years back that batch. Now they have come to 7th. I'm just enjoying that. I had only 10 students, 10, 15 students. I just enjoyed teaching them. One of the best. Scarcity of teachers in campuses. Scarcity of teachers in campuses. This is another big problem. Teachers are less. How to do it? In fact, that is the very reason Swami gave one beautiful solution. You know what he said? He said, one teacher should teach also, especially for 6th, 7th, 8th. Why so many teachers are necessary? Especially at formative level. And one guru who can put all his personality, who can inspire and, who can influence the student. If too many teachers come, each person will be influencing his own character. One person, I told anger, one person will be very calm. The student will get confused. Which one should we follow? And he will get a conflict. One fellow will be inspired by like Hiranyakashipu behavior. One fellow will be inspired by, very sadhu behavior. What is this? And there will be heterogeneous behaviors in the classrooms. One child will be screaming, one child will be running. All this happens because, I tell you, this creates a nuisance in the class. This is because the root solution actually is, take it from me, brothers and sisters, the root problem is, the actual mischief is being done, where? Many teachers are teaching one class. If at all necessary, 9th and 10th, okay. Specialization we can give in 9th and 10th. 6th, 7th, 8th to teach the basics of mathematics, multiplication, addition, subtraction. Do we require so many teachers? Maths teacher coming, science teacher coming. Then what is the character which is being formed? What is the character which is being formed in the students? There is no character at all now. Still it is not formed at all. Till 8th standard they will be in heterogeneous character. Means we don't see children with a formed character even after 2-3 years. They'll be screaming, shouting. And in that state, you have to teach language. And naturally, what happens? Teacher also starts shouting. Because everybody is shouting, teacher also, in order to control that, shout. There's no other way. Why this is happening is, one is because of the number of students. Second is the basic flaw that we are not using. And Swami has told this. And it's actually, no, see, Oxford is also there, Longman is also. These two are the standard actually we have to follow in the beginning. Once you know how it is done, later you can always use mobile. It becomes handy for you to, it will not confuse you. But that standard dictionary at first we should learn. But anyway, there's no hurry to buy it or anything, because Swami has rightly pointed out that we should not, like, it's not like, you have to purchase now itself. And that's why today we'll get the dictionaries. When we start phonetics, I'll get the dictionaries from our students. Later in your, at your leisure, whenever you're comfortable, you can buy. But a lifelong investment will never be a waste. 800 rupees or something it will be, but it will stand with you forever. So it's not a urgent or, and much of the concepts in dictionary you have to learn without, you can learn without even having dictionary till the last stage. Only last stage requires actually dictionary. So first 2 months you can teach children even without dictionary, because they need to just learn the symbols and by heart, and they should be ready with that. Then only real exploration takes place, finding out the word and pronunciation, etc. The next one, heterogeneous mixture. This I have already dealt with. I already dealt with how we should, 50% will be weak boys, and how to deal with them. So there are two options, and we have already dealt with that, to combine the weak and the sharp. English atmosphere, we have already dealt with this. Many campuses, all campuses, we should make an English atmosphere. Ambience should be created. An English ambience should be created. An atmosphere where, one more beautiful suggestion I can give in this. Putting quotations everywhere in your schools. I don't know whether schools, we used to have all templates and with beautiful quotations. Hands in society, heads in forest. Like this. And honesty is the best policy. W.H. Longfellow, Robert Frost. So all best quotations. So that goes a long way in putting the words, and that can be changed over a period of couple of years. That can kept on changing. So those things, when the students are seeing, it will create an English ambience. Those words will go deep into passive vocabulary. Next. The behavioral problems of the children affecting the teaching learning process. This is very, very important. I think in this we'll get some help at 1 o'clock in one of these days from our Asha madam. Lata sister has assured us. So behavioral problems of the children affecting the teaching learning process. Class teacher has to counsel and guide such problematic students. Now, can you tell me, this is a very serious problem. How does it affect our teaching? Does it affect our teaching? Sister Lata has already demonstrated actually. It's very, very difficult to teach indisciplined children. Very difficult. So the first strict, these people will. So once, I asked Madhuvarna, when he was Madhu brother, I asked Madhusudan Sai. He was in the Prem Kutir. I said, Swami, those days I said, Madhuvarna. So I have a doubt. What is that? How to deal with children? How to take care of them? I asked. A straightforward question. Then, Madhuvarna was there at that time, and he thought inside. He said, okay, I'll tell you what Swami says. He said, yes, I said, we'll do that. He said, 6th, 7th and 8th, be very strict. These are his words. 6th, 7th and 8th, be very strict. Strict doesn't mean start beating. Just be dignified. Keep a distance with them. Don't indulge them. Don't make jokes too much. You make jokes, they'll start talking too much about it. What did you eat breakfast? And then they'll have no value for your words. So 6th, 7th and 8th, actually you should be very dignified. You should be actually, keep a distance with them. And you should inculcate that discipline in them. Not to shout, not to come, always come in line, maintain silence. If this happens till 3 years, after 9th and 10th, Madhurana said, 9th and 10th you should be friendly with them. 9th and 10th you must be friendly with them. You should not, in the Shastras also say, at the age of 15 years, 10th standard, by the age of 15, 16, you should look, even father should look upon his son like friend. Like a friend he should teach, he should treat. Therefore, teacher should teach like a friend. He should not behave like a, just imagine 10th class student and you are slapping him. How does it look? You should behave like a friend with them. He is equal to you. He'll have got all that ego. He'll have got that thinking capacity. You should respect his feelings. Small age, you should not beat them because they are small children. Big people, you should not beat them. Finally, you should not beat them at all. So, this is the thing. Gandhiji had made a rule in his, which ashrama? He had made a rule not to beat children because they are children. And you can't beat elders because then whom to beat? No, none to beat. You should beat yourself. That's all. You should not beat at all. So you have to be very, so only way to inculcate, solve this problem is if you are dignified with small children. So I'm just giving a detailed thing what Sister Lata started, these problems and challenges we had noted down. We had discussed this quite a number of times over the years. So I'm just giving it together here. Lack of common assessment structure to have a uniform assessment system and syllabus across all campuses. So we have to have, see, this is one very important thing. Can you tell me why this assessment should be same? In a nutshell, I'll tell you. Why this assessment should be same? Why it should be the same in the sense, certain things. In certain things it should be the same, not in everything. Now you may say, sir, yesterday only you told you should give freedom. Today you're telling you're a hypocrite. It's not like that. You can't give 100% freedom to all teachers to carry out their own way because it will become chaos. Now for example, I'll give you one example. If you have is it becoming heavy? Should we, what is the time? I'll do one thing. This we can discuss it after a break. We'll continue this after a break because it will become too heated on the brain. Let us have some relaxation. You can have tea, coffee or biscuits. Then we'll continue this. Please relax. We'll discuss this after 10-15 minutes. Thank you so much. Sairam. Other class now. Other class, if they give very tough question paper. Just think, they give very tough question paper. And they do very strict correction. Okay, and they get only some, like for example, mediocre marks. They are very intelligent students actually. But marks-wise, suppose marks-wise, they get very less. And it is for outsiders who judge now, who compare the classes, how do they judge the students? They say, this class is dull, that class is very intelligent. But truth is, what is the truth? The teacher has given very easy question paper here or conducted a kind of easy assessment criteria with assessment parameters, and the other section he or she has done in a very tough way. So we don't know how to really judge correctly. Now, for example, if you want to judge if really you want to judge a student of 6th class who is playing badminton or anything, he should play against which class? He should play against which class? He should play against 6th only. No, 6th standard student should play against 6th only. Similarly, why you can't really, you can't make a 6th class student play with 10th class and say that 6th class is useless or 10th class is great. If the 10th class boy smashes and he defeats a 6th class student in badminton match, it doesn't mean 10th class boy is great because he might fail with his own peer. So in judging, in really judging the results, we need some kind of standard parameter, standard, that standpoint, standard standpoint. Therefore, the need of having uniform assessment. Therefore, the need of having uniform question paper. So, but now, when I say uniform question paper or uniform assessment, I don't mean that freedom is not given to the teacher. What I mean to say is, in teaching you employ any method, but finally they should be able to be judged. Question paper should be same. See, now board question paper. Just see, board question paper is same for everybody. 12th standard, 10th standard, CBSE, whatever. Board question paper is same for all. But in teaching, one teacher might have taught in a creative way, one might not have taught in a creative way. So the teacher can employ any method, and and tests also, many such informal tests you can keep giving. But there must be some kind of formal assessment which is made for all campuses so that a proper judgment can be made out of it. Therefore, a proper assessment criteria. What are those assessments? How it should be done? This is of paramount importance. You can't do, for example, Hampi campus one way, or Koppal campus one way, or Carver campus one way, and then say our students are intelligent. Who is to be told? Who should tell that? No, Hampi campus, they themselves, suppose now they themselves say, I'm just giving whatever name is coming to my mind, Karwar campus or Shimoga campus, or say, they themselves say our boys are intelligent. They cannot say our boys are intelligent, no? Who should say? If they themselves say we are intelligent, they themselves nominate themselves as intelligent people, then why others are required? Swami should say, or there should be a team of judge. Who should say? There must be some other people who should be experts, they should say, right? You agree with all these things? Therefore, the need of common assessment pattern that should be followed in all campuses. And what should be that? In what way it should be standardized? What should it should be scientific? So that is afterwards we will come to that in detail when we come to that. This is the need for it. Next one. In case of prolonged COVID situation, how to reach out to children effectively online? Well, I really am very skeptical about this online teaching. I have no faith in it. To be frank, I hate this online teaching. You know, I mean, there's no life in it. Now we are able to enjoy because we are face to face. It is torture for a teacher to teach online. It is like, you know, that Hitler's, what we say, he had one something, no? What is that? Into which he was putting everybody. I forgot. History teacher will know. Huh? Concentration camps, correct. It is a torture for the teachers to teach online. I mean, they are not there. What they are doing, we don't know. They may be lying down in Vajrasana. They may be lying down in Shavasana or Shirshasana. They may be answering you. Or they may be telling his or her mother to answer all that. They may be fooling you. And you will be telling with all earnestness, you know, the lessons and everything. Online teaching itself is a big bogus. So I would like to just quit this. Instead of telling you that you should use technology, this, that, I hate this online teaching. So I'll just I'll take this liberty with you. Oh, no, exactly. I know. And then, you know, you keep attendance for online teaching, whether they are attending or not. And then principal sending all big joke. I tell you, big joke it is. Swami himself has told this. Big joke. Online teaching is a big joke. So better leave it. Online teaching is. Okay, the next one. To make use of I've just written for the sake of writing. To make use of technology and online to the best. Actually, I forgot one more line. Forget this. The next one, lack of proper content material to be taught as text material conducive for Sathya Sai Gurukulam. This is one very, very important thing. This is a very important thing to note. Now, in one campus, they will have some kind of content to teach. They'll glorify, you know, Julius Caesar. Suppose, for example, some Shakespeare, loyalists. So they'll teach Julius Caesar to be, or they'll start, cowards die many times before their deaths. Or if I were Brutus, there were a Brutus who would put a tongue and in every wound of Caesar, who would ruffle up the spirits of even stones to rise and mutiny. And others may just teach, you know, like for example, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Stars. And so we don't know what. So there should be a standard content material for all classes, standard content material. Now here there is again, it's a debatable issue. Some people will say we should come down to the level of the children, we must have easy. As I told you, some people will say we must have tough ones. Some people say we must have a heterogeneous mixture of, combined, judicious mixture of tough and easy lessons. What do you feel? What is the solution? Can anyone say? What is the solution? What should be the solution for content material? Should it be standard or should it be easy? Some people say state syllabus is very easy. We should first cater to our MNB boys. Therefore, but Swami is expecting the same quality from MNB boys. Swami, there's no, NIOS means they have to write the same 12th standard exam. They have to write the same 12th standard exam at the end of 12th. You have to prepare them from now, keeping that in mind. So what should be the answer for this? Okay, institution as a whole and standardize the particular. Very good. Yes, that's very good. Keep that in mind. What is the institution's prestige, you know? So we have to be befitting that. Okay, you want to tell something, Praveen? Okay. So I'll give you one beautiful answer. For this, what we should do, the problem comes because difficult and easy is coming because of one big problem. We have not supplied them with basics. Now, 6th and 7th, make them strong. Take time. If they are very weak, take time. Take little more time. I told no relay race. At the end of 7th, at least we will give you 2 years. Suppose we tell you, we'll give you 2 years. In 6th and 7th, make them strong in basics. At the end of the 7th class, they must be able to write beautiful cursive writing, beautiful joining handwriting with speed. They must be able to know thoroughly how to use dictionary. They must be able to read informally storybooks on their own. So these are all basics, and supply them with lot of audio visuals, so that they would have learnt informally all these words and the spoken language spontaneously. Supply them with basics. Then 8th class level, when you start, or 7th or 8th, suppose you make it strong even in 6th, 7th only you can start. So what we should do is, after making them strong in basics, you should not compromise with this quality. First you do what is necessary. Fill the gaps. Give that, what we say, give all that is necessary to make it strong for them. Then don't compromise on quality. Afterwards, make it standard. Let them rise to the occasion. Why we say it should be easy, the content should be easy, why we say state syllabus is required, all this because we don't want to solve that first problem. We want to keep them as weak. And we want to make even 10th class syllabus like that. We want to make even 9th also state syllabus. We'll never make them high at all then. There is no scope for our... See, if I had not done this way, right from my childhood, if I remember I would not have stood here and spoken to you with such confidence today. I have a lot of confidence in myself because of only one fact. The target was given to me by my teachers. Good or whatever it is, you reach the target, otherwise you will be out. Therefore, we reached it. So you have to set a target. You have to give the challenge. They have to rise to the occasion. But when, don't be, unjust to them. Don't be unjust to them. Give them equal opportunity. That means after you teach them thoroughly, then you should conduct the test for that. You should not be unjust. That means after you give them basics, thoroughly you give them basics, then you tell, now you come on, you have good basics, now there is no compromise, now you should go faster. You give them tough chapter, tough poems and all that. Is that clear? This problem, anybody has doubt in this, you can ask me. Anytime you can stop me and ask me if a quick query is there. Next one. Qualitative content to be prepared by senior teachers. And here, there's one more thing I would quickly like to tell you, that it need not be very, very same uniform. One kind of sample we may prepare, a body of teachers, committee of teachers who will prepare very qualitative content, maybe. But if a teacher, suppose of one campus, suppose he or she feels that she is inspired by another great standard story, what prevents him or her? We are not telling you should not teach. Definitely go ahead. But what happens when we hold on to it? This textbook, this only should be the exam. This only you should teach. That blunder we should not make. We should give chance for. And why? Because when you teach all these literature chapters and when you teach all these lessons, we should not base our assessment on those chapters. Can you tell me why? We should not base our assessment on those chapters. If we are teaching you reading skills, if you have learnt very good poems and if you have learnt very well all prose chapters, we should test you on unknown passages, unknown lessons. Lessons. It's not, the same. What blunder we make is, whatever chapters we teach you, same thing we are giving for assessment. Therefore, they by heart. Rote learning. They by heart the answers. They by heart the entire chapter only. Thoroughly they by heart. The whole chapter also they'll by heart. And they'll start quoting the same thing. Is that assessment? If I have taught you reading skills, you should be able to read any unknown passage of the same standard. Same kind of standard. One standard I teach you. Of the same standard, I will give you some unknown passage. You should be able to read. If you know multiplication table, you should be able to do anything, any multiplication table. It's like that. So real assessment is that. We should not be orthodox people saying that this textbook means rigidly hold on to that, ceremoniously, ritualistically. 1 inch you should not move out from that. Nothing like that. If you feel inspired by any kind of standard lesson, you feel that it has been missed by the committee people, you go on. In addition to that, you teach that, no problem. A teacher has every right to teach what he is inspired in life. Therefore, this kind of freedom should be given to teachers, for everybody. Now, I remember so many lessons I got inspired when, I have read so many chapters or short stories, I would have got inspired. And that may not be there. For example, in Julius Caesar, I was teaching Julius Caesar, I had taught this for nearly 15 years. But in Julius Caesar, in our textbook, there was not that lesson where Brutus and Cassius, they fight with each other. There is a war of words. Mark Antony, he actually, he wins the war and his party becomes stronger and he comes back. So that side of it, it was not there in our textbook. That excerpt was not, only a abridged version was there. So what I used to do, I used to make Xerox of the original and I used to teach the children extra. So they used to just enjoy that. So what, if it is given in textbook, it is not that is the all in all. It is just a sample given by one body of teachers. You can always do better and better, but don't go lower, that's all. Don't go below that standard given in the textbook. That is one, what we say, standard landmark. You have to reach that minimum. Hope it is okay. Is it all right, all of you? Okay, next point. So this is about, so understanding the problems and challenges, we have taken more time because we have to base all other things on this. So all these problems we have to remember. I can give you afterwards all these things. Don't worry about it. Later you can even note down. Do you appreciate the point that we don't have to waste our time writing when we are speaking? Do you appreciate that point? Very nice. Yes, you'll be able to enjoy that. You'll be able to completely understand and enjoy it. The next file. Now, objectives of teaching English. Now, suppose now I want to teach. I start with, I have understood the problems. Now, if I want to teach, say now, any class. Say I start with 6th class. Suppose we all have to teach 6th class. What is the objective? What are the objectives first we have to have in mind in order to have a syllabus? For example, what do we expect of the boys at the end of the year? What do we expect? We must have objectives. Now, without a set of criteria, aims and objectives, it will be blind, journey. Simply having something, you must have some aims and objectives to reach that target. Now, if you want to have at the end of 6th class, can you tell me what other thing you should have in mind? I'll be very happy to get this beautiful answer. It will be a very thoughtful answer from your side. If I want to have aims and objectives at the end of 6th class, if I want to teach 6th class, if I want to have aims and objectives at the end of 6th class, what is it that I should have? What thing I should bear in mind? Anybody? Anybody? Yes? Okay, no, that is aims and objectives only. But other than the aims and objectives of 6th class, in order to form the aims and objectives of 6th class, what is it, the other thing that we should keep it in mind? No, that is all okay. That comes later. After you have aims and objectives, we should have lesson plan. That comes after having it. In order to form the aims and objectives of 6th class, what is the other prerequisite? Prerequisite. Assess the? No, see, a classroom may have weak students, but you can't depend on, you have to have your target. See, I should have my target at the end of 6th class. I can't cater down. Again, I'm telling no, we should post challenge to them. A teacher must have his own. He should not cater to the children. So they must raise to the standard. Otherwise, it will never happen. So, but there's one thing. That's okay. But, okay, that's okay. But what is it that we should keep it in mind? If you don't mind, shall I tell you the answer? Anyone? Anybody? Yeah? No, even before you start that process, you must have what they should achieve, right? Now, for example, in order to begin teaching 6th class, okay, what is it that I expect in order to form the syllabus, in order to form the activities that I have to do, all that I have to teach? I have to form the aims and objectives at the end of the 6th class. At the end of this year, the student should be able to read, madam told, no, she started, the student should be able to read properly. So keeping that in mind, you start from the beginning of the year, whatever activities, whatever syllabus. But this aims and objectives at the end of 6th class depends on one more thing. All that is correct. I'm not denying it, but that's not the thing which I'm asking. So I'll tell you, in order to have the aims and objectives at the end of 6th class, we must form the aims and objectives what we require at the end, 12th class, isn't it? Think for a minute. If you want to have the aims and objectives at the end of 6th class, you need to know what you achieve at the end of 12th class. When they come to 12th class, what is it that you achieve? Therefore, what they should achieve. From that point of view, prepare the aims and objectives. No, that is all correct. That is exactly. What I mean to tell you is, first you have to form the aims and objectives. When the same student comes to 12th, what is it that you expect? What did I tell? If you want them to become Shankaracharyas and Vivekanandas, that is our aim. Therefore, we should make them Prahaladas and Nachiketas, I told. Like that, we must have an aim and objective for the 12th standard English. What we must, all that at 12th standard level, what we expect. So first let us see that aims and objectives at the end of 12th standard. Then we'll form the aims and objectives at the end of 6th class. Objectives of teaching English at the end of 12th standard. What is it that we expect? Did you get this point, what I'm telling you? Why we need this? Did you get this point? For example, if we want to make our child a doctor, what we should do right from the beginning? At the end, what is it that you want, so that from now onwards, how you are able to train them? You got my point, what I'm telling you. So it's very important to have these aims and objectives at the end of 12th standard, right? If you want to know what you are going to teach in 6th class. So let's quickly go through it. It's not, I'm not going to dilate more on this. Pupils acquire the knowledge elements of English language, sound system, meanings of words, idioms, grammar and the script. Understand and use them for communicative purposes. Okay, they should be able to comfortably do all these things. Next, pupil is able to converse easily with others. After 12th standard, they must be able to converse easily with others. Pupil is able to use dictionary for meanings and pronunciation effortlessly, easily. He should be able to use dictionary on his own. Empower him. Next, pupil understands and appreciates spoken English and can appreciate any good speech by a standard speaker. See, Swami was telling yesterday. How long can they sit? So that is our approach. They should be able to sit and appreciate. They must be able to enjoy that lecture. That is a cultured, aim that we are having. That culture must come to them. They must be able to enjoy intellectual lectures. Then, pupil speaks simple and correct English and communicates his ideas clearly. See, simple, at least. We don't want very hi-fi English. Simple, correct English he must be able to pronounce, and he must be able to communicate his ideas clearly and properly. Pupil is able to deliver a good speech fluently and accurately. Even at the end of 12th standard, if he keeps on making mistakes in fluency and pronunciation, Swami was telling, no, he gave his own example, Natty O'Neill. He gave his own example. So by the end of 12th standard, nobody should have such mistakes. Everyone should know what is the correct pronunciation of words. We need not change over to British system of pronunciation. We can go along with the Indian, but we should know it, that's all. Because when we read any new book, we come across new words. That time this pronunciation will help us. That time this dictionaries will help us. But for that matter, we don't have to change every word into British accent. We can continue with our Indian accent. We need to only know it, so that when we read new books, it becomes easy for us to pick up new words which we don't know. For example, then pupil reads aloud English sentences, dialogues, stories and lesson meaningfully with proper intonation and modulation. At this point of time, with proper intonation and modulation, I would like to give you one handout. Time I'll show you that. So, what is the meaning of proper intonation and modulation? Can anyone say? Now, suppose a snake comes here. Okay, what's the good name? Kumar. You are from which campus? Mandya campus. Suppose a snake comes here. How will you react? Just show by acting in front of everybody. How will you react? Yeah, take this mic. How will you react? Suppose now you are just sitting like this, and you cast your eyes by this side, and you see a snake. How will you react? You should show by acting. Okay. Doesn't matter even if you fall down. Don't worry. Doesn't matter even if you fall down. We'll all enjoy it. How will you show? I'll say 1, 2, 3, go. You should do it. Anybody who does, I will give you a good chocolate. Sorry, you're not children. So I'll say 1, 2, 3, start, and snake comes here. You see, you should react in such a way. Okay. 1, 2, 3, start. Who will do a better intonation? He tried his best. Yeah, he is coming forward. What's your good name, sir? Ramesh. You are from which campus?
Myself.
Okay.
No mic, sir. No need.
Okay. No, okay, yeah. Yeah, only act. No, with all, you can scream, you can shout. Yes. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you raise it.
But it can't
One,
reach there. No problem. Sir.
1, 2, 3, start. That is intonation modulation. No, you don't say, hi, how are you? You don't put the, on the hood of the snake, you don't put and say, you don't stroke your hand, that saying, how are you, snake? And when you read prose and poem, you should read with intonation modulation. There's a poem, very good. I should give him a prize, really, actually. Very good. Thank you, brother. Oh my God! No, you should show that without any shyness. That is intonation modulation. Modulation of the voice. Modulation means you should be able to change your voice. Like, for example, I'll read out a poem afterwards. In that poem, sometimes if it is a lady's character, you have to change your voice to, if it is possible, that's the best way to inspire the children. If it is ladies, ladies. If it is like a king, king. If it is like a student, student. Narrator, narrator. So we'll do all that when we come to prose teaching. Intonation modulation. And then pupil is able to read standard English silently and efficiently with comprehension and appreciate its value. He'll appreciate his value. See, in Bloom's taxonomy of learning, you might have all B.Ed, those teachers who have done B.Ed, you will know Bloom's taxonomy. First is understanding. Then, it is more of, then explanation. Then it is appreciating. If a student is able to appreciate the idea of the poem, that means he has gone up in his intellectual understanding. Able to standard English, he should be able to read silently and appreciate efficiently and all these things. Then next, pupil writes standard and grammatically correct English in good cursive handwriting. So we see that just now when madam was telling, just now in the break time, one sister was telling, 12th standard also, they don't know how to write few sentences. They don't know how to speak few words. 12th standard. Which means it all happens because we have not formed the objectives itself. We don't know. We are blind. Andhe naiva andhamana. Blindly we are leading. We have to teach, we have to complete portions. What is that portion? Have you understood what is the portion that you have to do? That's not the portion. Okay. Our Shivani brother, he is very enthusiastic. He cleans our place so much. Very good. So, we don't know what is the portion at all and we are in a hurry to complete portion. I see often the teachers and principal and they are all full of josh. Portions completed or not. Portion. Otherwise, I will shoot you. There is nothing much to worry about portions and all that. There's nothing much to worry about. As long as the students are learning English, that is more important. Suppose you're not finished portions, don't take tension. BP, it doesn't have to go high. Be calm, cool. Because portions, we have to form the portions. Portions should not rule us. That should not be the obsession. We must not be obsessed with all these things, with all this. Okay, it is one part of thing. We have our own portions to complete. Okay, we have to, that as a target for us, but that should not rule our destinies. So, pupil writes standard grammatical correct communicative English in good cursive handwriting. You know the difficulties. I don't know the reason. For example, don't tell me, sir, I will emulate Mahatma Gandhi in this. Gandhiji's handwriting, sir. I want to follow him in that example. You know Gandhiji's handwriting, I hope. Just scribbling, you can't understand him. I think he was best doctor. Gandhiji was the best doctor. Because doctor's handwriting, even pharmacists only can understand. Simply they do, and they can understand what is that prescription. And we can't say that, we should do that. Because leaving the examples of Mahatma Gandhi and doctors, I should like to say that handwriting also can speak about your character. One can actually find out. Today research has made it. He said, I have made a Himalayan blunder, he said. I have made a Himalayan blunder, don't copy. Youngsters should not copy me in this, he said. So handwriting is so important. Exactly, sir. So handwriting, see, can you improve the handwriting in 9th standard level? Can you say, hey, useless fellow, learn handwriting, man. Can you blame them at that level? You can't. It's impossible. It's no use afterwards repenting on them and, trying to blame them or somebody. Start early, drive slowly, reach safely. You should teach handwriting in 6th class level, then only they will learn. Next, pupil is able to write creative writings using his thinking and imagination. This is something I'll tell you, you will all laugh. I mean, they don't know how to write creative writing. See, they don't know how to write. Say formal letter. Okay, formal letter, all of you know. Informal letter is there. Formal letter. In formal letter, how it should be? To the point it should be, no? It's official letters. You're writing a letter to police inspector. You have to write just what is required. I see, but the kind of letters you read from students, they say, how are you? How is your wife and children? All this they'll write. Puranas. For official letters, you don't have to write all these things. In unofficial letters, you're writing to your sister, brother, father, mother. You can write more about it. Informal letters. So creative writing is what sad state of affairs. You give one letter writing, you give one piece of creative writing to any of our children and just tell, write on your own and give me. You will see how they'll torture English there. They'll kill that language, I'll tell you. And after you read that, you'll go mad. Like that it will be, state of affairs. And that's why this, in our Karnataka, I mean, I don't know, I should not say Karnataka or any board or anything. I mean, they say, what is that, Sarva Siksha Abhiyan, no? Everyone should be promoted. See, what is happening, you see, Tamil, I'm really full of, I appreciate Tamil Nadu University, Madurai Kamraj University. 60%, 50% is the passing marks. You know that? 50% is the passing marks there. Madurai Kamraj University, I was stunned. You will not be passed only, you will not be given certificates if you don't take minimum 50%. In Bangalore University, you go, 35% is the passing mark. Swami has said this sentence actually. In our universities, actually, 50 or 60% should be the passing mark. Otherwise, if you are content with 35, you'll be landing up. Low aim is crime. Low aim is crime. Not failure, but low aim is crime. Isn't it? Well goes the saying. Therefore, if you are content with 35, if a person has the target only 35, then he'll land up in 15, 20. If you aim for 90, 95, you'll at least get 80. You'll at least get 75. So this is very, very important for us. Therefore, pupils should be able to write good creative writings in good handwriting. Either of them should, if you write good, best piece of writing, okay, all in worst handwriting. I can't read only. A student will come and say, sir, I have written such writing, but I didn't understand anything. The teacher will say, I didn't understand anything. It's not legible at all. Then how will you get marks? And I told you the truth of today, how they are managing. They are closing their eyes like, that hair will come, it will jump, that hair, what it will do, that rabbit or something. It will close. When the tiger is about to pounce on the rabbit, what will rabbit do? It will just close its eyes and think that it is safe. Nevertheless, next second it will be devoured. Correct? Yes or no? Like that we are all closing our eyes to these facts. And we are thinking, you manage the situation. Just, yes, give, without even reading, give marks. What is it leading to? What is it? It has led our state to such a dismal condition that more than 90% children, they are worst in English. Nobody is able to speak anything. Because they pass everybody. Give marks without. If little neat, give marks. Don't read the script at all. What a dismal state of affairs. Just think. That's why I appreciate even North India is better in English. North Indians, they speak better quality English. Their English is very good, really fine. You should see many of the guides and all which they write. I don't know whether you know this guide, beautiful guide. Sir may be knowing. Manjeet Kaur and Kanwaljit and Manjeet Kaur. It was a very beautiful guide for physics, chemistry, for all subjects. They are North Indians. They have written such beautiful, you'll score IIT, you can crack IIT exams. I used to read that when I was in 12th standard. So, therefore, pupils should be equipped with all this. All this, when you will be able to do? Will you be able to do afterwards? Better, it will be all too late. Start it in 6th, start early. Next. Pupil enjoys reciting poems with feeling, intonation and modulation. So I told no, that brother showed so well. Poem reading will make an activity, group activity. I'll give you handouts. You should be able to read poems with intonation. I'll show it once. And we'll also, I have an intonation activity. It's so nice, Same sentence. How, with intonations, how meanings will become different. I'll give you that handout in the afternoon. Then next one, pupil develops love for English language and literature. He develops that love for English language and literature. He has so much affinity for it. And then pupils should be able to easily take part in elocutions, debates, speeches, discussions, seminars, and give good quality presentation. 12th standard, we must have a lot of boys who are very good in English. They come forward for debates. How many of us we have debates for the motion, against the motion? How many of us give speeches? elocutions, we take part in all these seminars, we have panels. We used to conduct in Vidya Kendra, all the seminars. They used to stand and they used to present all these plays, dramas. We conducted about 6 dramas in Vidya Kendra. 6 1-hour drama. Every drama was a super duper hit by Swami's grace, somehow. 1-hour drama in English with all paraphernalia, costumes and this. These are very beautiful ways of inspiring English in children. Then, so this is all about 12th standard aims. Now let's see. Now knowing that, we should now have aims and objectives at every class. Yeah, now we know what we should achieve in 12th standard. Therefore, what we should achieve in 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. Therefore, 12th we reach. Don't we correct what I'm telling you? If you know at 12th standard what we should achieve, then you can have aims at different levels to reach that. So then we can, for example, we know that is the target and we have to go and reach that place. So from here to, and this time span we have to reach that place. Then you can plan your movement and that much time you can reach that place. So it's like that, 6 to 12th journey. So next one. So by the end of the year, it's correct. Keeping in mind the objectives of the learning outcome in the 12th standard, it's correct. So by the end of the year, the pupil is able to understand, 6th class, very, very important, 6th class. The pupil is able to understand simple English. He is able to understand simple English. Just imagine, all intern brothers and sisters and teachers, please focus on this. Pupil is able to understand simple English, that's all. We are not having much of the expectation. He should be able to understand. He need not talk. See, when you are understanding, we'll come to know that you are understanding. You are comfortable. You may not be able to express. Next, pupil is able to speak elementary English. Simple butler, even doesn't matter, wrong English, but simple English, and able to manage communicating with peers and teachers. Communicate. Sometimes with wrong English, no problem, but communicate in English. Pupil is able to read simple stories and use the dictionary for meaning and pronunciation at the end of 6th class. Because why I say here, some people may think teaching the dictionary in 6th class is too much. We have to teach the entire phonetics, only 6th only we have to finish. Why can't we keep it little? We may think like that. But what happens? Can you tell me why it should be taught in 6th only? After you give that, then you take them quickly, faster, they'll be able to pick up fast. If you delay this, to pick up this also, it will keep delaying. They'll keep gathering too many things in their minds. First, finish off laying the foundation. In 6th class, focus only on 2 things. I'm telling repeatedly. The only syllabus for 6th class should be the only syllabus, if necessary, the whole year. Sometimes a teacher may bring the results about in just 6 months. But if otherwise not possible, keep it for the whole year. Don't take tensions of giving lessons and exams and fill up the blanks and questions. Don't worry at all about all these things. They're all nonsense. In 6th class level, you have to teach them dictionary, how to use dictionary, how to write good handwriting. These are the 2 things. Along with that, informal reading, informal listening. Just put them video shows. Don't question, don't assess. Just informal. Bring many storybooks. Let them keep reading informally. That warming up exercise, before the real relay starts, warming up exercise. That you have to give it in 6th class so that they are ready for it. When you start real chapters, they are ready already with vocabulary. You have to prepare the ground. 6th class, prepare the ground. Don't be in a hurry. So please tell your chairmen or principals, whoever feels that exam should be given, portion should be announced. Tell them it is not like that. Please tell them you are convinced that if you do that, you will be harming them more than helping. Tell them that we have to go slow. Then only they'll learn. And leave it to us. Just leave it to us. We will take care. Don't worry about it. We'll take care. We are the people who know better. Like that you should tell openly. Very nicely you should tell. Then, next one. Pupil is able to write in beautiful handwriting, that's all. Not creative writing. I'm not expecting creative writing at the end of 6th class. Correct, no? Just handwriting. We are teaching them handwriting. That's enough. Thank you so much. This is most important that we had. Next slide, next file. Before we go to the next file, one activity we'll conduct for 10 minutes. Is it okay? We'll have a change before we finish the 2 things. Let's do this crossword puzzle. Let's see how many you all should be. Just try your best. Hopefully I have brought the required number. Otherwise, please share. Yeah, we have brought 35. Please share with you. One person, two people once. Two people one. Share with each other. Just try to find words, maximum number of words in that crossword puzzle. Try to find maximum number of words in that crossword puzzle. And we come to know how difficult it is for, it's not easy for even we elders. I know. That I have not brought, sister. Projecting it, I just brought the handout. Not part. So I brought many activities I prepared in between two activities. Continuously to speak, you know. Yeah, it's like that. Two people can join together and try this and write the words either there or in your notebooks provided, single line notebooks. Extra, is it? Okay. If anyone wants, there are some extra, you can give it. One person can have one wherever possible. You can exhaust it. It is all meant for you only. We don't want to record. You can read the question. Yes. Like, I brought so much. I said till 4 o'clock night I was yesterday. I prepared all this, you know. Right. Teacher could distribute the word grid worksheet to the students. Working with their partner, the students could pick out the characteristics of Mr. Harriet and Mrs. Pumphrey from the word grid. But it's just characteristics, you know, in the sense, characteristic features. So, example, they have given generous, far-sighted, practical, caring, firm, protective, sentimental, indulgent, concerned, loving. How fast we can do it, it's a brain teaser. It seems Vishwanathan Anand, the chess player, could move his moves with electric speed. What? He is Vishwanathan Anand. Instead of chess, you are having this. Riverside is something else. Don't worry about the riverside of the page. Only crossword puzzle. Word could start reverse also. Word could be from any side. Reverse also, front side, back side, down, from down, up, down. But this will be only for 5 minutes. Maximum number of whatever you can find out in those 5 minutes. Sister, I'll give you one paper. I think they have given it. They're all involved. things to be kept in mind. They've got, oh, fantastic. Oh, fantastic. Okay, okay. Loving is not there? Are you sure? Or if we don't get, we should not say it's not there. Because children will do that. Not there, sir. It is not there, sir. Because they don't find it. Carefully see it, it may be there. Okay. Very good. That means we are very, very sharp. So it has given some. Just write your name and campus. Write your name, both of you. Both names you can. Both names can be written. If you are doing in pairs, your pair names and campus, and hand it over to me. Now one more beautiful activity we'll do. One more we'll do. Okay, okay. Another 3 minutes. We'll wind it up. Praveen, can you collect here from this side, whoever has finished, and here one sister can collect from this side, whoever has finished. Another 2-3 minutes. Oh, very good, very good. This is one more activity which I'd like to distribute to everybody. Before that, I would like to show it how should it be done. So this is actually, it is for 7th class. This is not for 6th also it can be done. It can be done just as an activity, just for refreshment, change of mind. And all these things are minimum. When we are teaching all these things mainly, just for a change of mind, just for and to inculcate the love of English in them, we can always do this kind of activities, spoken language activities. Now how I'll show you. Okay, can I show you now? You can just hand over the paper. Yeah. So in that limited time, how much you have found out, that's very important. Because time is also very important. See, game of chess, for example, we can play for 2 hours. Game of chess, we can play for 2-3 hours. And we can keep on playing for a long time. But in just half an hour, what moves you do it? With what electric speed you move. Your moves should be so fast. That is very important. All right. So now all of you pay attention here. Your attention please. Sairam, your attention please. I'll just read this role play. And all of you will have to enact it. Okay, you'll have to enact it. I'll give this this role play to you. I'll show you one. You have to do the other. Or if necessary, the same thing also. See, this one is, just pay attention to my intonation modulation. This is a conversation between mother and her son. Name of the son is Kabir. Okay, Kabir is the name of the son. And mother is waking up her son. She is waking up her son. And he is sleeping, dozing. He is comfortable in his, what do we say, sloth, in that slumber. Mother is telling, please wake up, Kabir. Just 5 minutes more. No, not at all. Oh, good child. Now complete your routine. Yes, there I am. After a break. Are you ready? Yes, mommy. Here's your tiffin. Drink this milk. No, mommy. I don't feel like drinking anything. No, you must take something in the morning. Good. can I finish half? Okay. Okay, so this role play. Now, you have to take chances. One person should be mother, one person should be Kabir. Now you have to change, you have to modulate your voice. You have to modulate your voice like that of a child. Okay. One is this. This is one. The backside you'll have another role play. You have to prepare for it. I'll give you 5 minutes time to prepare. 5 minutes time. And then we will have this role play. Please help this.
Yes. Sure.
Have 35 copies. So two, please share. Please. So there are exactly 5 minutes for you to prepare. And you can take turns. Once you can do one role, the other, you can interchange the roles also. Yeah, no problem. You can change, if you don't like that name, you can change the name. But you may get confused. Don't say Kabir once and Bakrid once. It should not happen then. Almost, yes, almost I think all attendance we are keeping. We are taking attendance. We'll get to know. Whoever is confident, I'll call. Whoever is confident and prepared, you can take the first chance. You can say, you have to come here and bravely. Yeah? What happens, we are taking this as a role model video and we are going to give it to everybody so that they will also get inspired. Nothing problem, no problem. Take your time. Oh, already one pair is ready. So let's welcome them. It is an exposure. All of you just see them, how they do it. Yeah, please come forward. Yeah, please come forward. So we have Krishna sir, beautiful English, native English. One mic. Stand little distance, sir. Stand little distance. Okay. Wow, this is beautiful.
Good afternoon. May I help you?
Yes, please. Do you have science educational CDs?
Yes. For which class do you want?
Any, as I want it for my project work.
Here they are. You can choose from these.
You can actually prepare. So you can prepare yourself. How much? And then you can do it.
It costs 99 rupees.
Fine. Please pack it. Do you have any project work? Project book?
What type?
Not exactly. We do project as classwork.
Not at this moment, but you can check it out next week.
Please get it for me.
Sure.
Very nice. Please give them a big hand. Courage to come forward. It requires a lot of courage to come forward, and losing that stage fear, we have to depict without caring for the judgment. That's very, very important. We should not care for anybody's judgment. We should not worry if anyone, censures or tries to giggle, anything. Then only we are going to learn. And you can take time to prepare because you need to be fluent and you should be comfortable with this. So take time and prepare and then come. Yeah, please. first one, which I showed it. Whatever you are comfortable, whichever you are inspired.
Sairam. Wow, this is beautiful.
Good afternoon. May I help you?
Yes, please. Do you have science educational series?
Yes. For which class do you want?
Any? Yes, I want for my project work.
Hey, they are. You can choose from these.
It costs 99.
How much? You should ask how much.
How much?
It costs rupees 99.
Fine, please pack it. Do you have any project book?
What type? Do you mean science projects?
Not exactly. We do project as classwork.
Not at this moment, but you can check it out next week.
Please get it for me.
Sure.
Okay.
Very nice. Very good. See, when we do intonation modulation, as much as possible we should do. So as I showed you, Mom. See? No, not at all. So we bravely you should do stretch it to the limit. Stretch it to the limit. So then it comes out very well. And forget that people are there as audience. Forget that they are there looking at you. Just be involved in that moment, in that present. Anybody else? You can do any one of them. I would like you. I'd like to see that first one. Getting ready for the school. Yeah, you are doing that. Okay. Another 2-3 pairs, and then we'll move on to the next slide.
Please wake up, Kabir. Good morning.
Just 5 minutes, Ma, please.
No, not at all.
Oh, I don't know why this morning sleep is so beautiful.
Good child, no? Now complete your routine.
Yes, there I am.
Are you ready?
Yes, Mama.
Here is your tiffin. Drink the milk.
No, Mama, I don't want. I don't like to drink anything.
No, you must take something in the morning.
Can I drink only half of the milk, Mama?
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
That was very nice. Beautifully done. Anybody else like to come forward? Yeah? Yeah, please come forward. Anybody else? Come forward. No problem. Yeah, I think one last pair will do it and we'll move on. As much as possible, intonate. That is what students will enjoy.
Please wake up, Kabir.
Just 5 minutes more, Mummy.
No, not at all.
Oh, why this sleep is so good in the morning, Mummy?
Good child. Now complete your routine. Wake up
Yes, there I am.
after the break. Are you ready?
Yes, Mummy.
Here is your tiffin. Drink this milk.
No, Mom, I don't feel like drinking anything.
No, you must take something in the morning.
Good. Can I take half?
Okay.
The beauty of this kind of activity is that even if it doesn't come out well, so-called, if it doesn't match with the expectations of the standard, even then everyone will enjoy, even with the mistakes. So it's a good icebreaker. It's a very good activity for us to entertain the children with good or bad result, doesn't matter. So we will be able to inculcate all such, kind of vocabulary in them and the love of English in them by giving such entertainment to. So what is the motto? Learning through entertainment. Learning through entertainment is the motto. They should not at all know that we are teaching. They should not be conscious of it. Every class must be celebration. You come with something or the other. Either it should be audiovisual or some activity. And then you see, they will all be all eyes, because when you create some activities for 20 minutes or something, then 5-10 minutes when you tell them something important, they'll all be listening to you with full attention. So 5-10 minutes we should speak, And 20 minutes we must give them something very, very nice, something very entertaining. Then they will love your class. So this is something. Now we'll continue quickly the remaining 2 slides today, which is pending. Mahida? And then there are another 2 activities which we would like to continue after we finish this important thing. Principles of English teaching. Now, what did we learn? Till now, we have learnt objectives, aims and objectives of teaching English language at the end of 12th standard. And then aims and objectives, therefore, in order to have for 6th class, we must first have for 12th class. Correct? In order to have the aims and objectives for 6th standard, when we are 6th standard teachers, we must know what they should achieve at the end of 12th class. Then we will be able to have aims and objectives at the end of 6th standard. So we have seen both of that very well. And now we come to principles of English teaching. Most of it we have already talked about it informally. I'll just go through quickly, in quick succession. Oh my God, once again I'm like a Supandi here now. Where is my gun? Oh, yeah. Yes. So, next one, Principles of English Teaching Learning, NIOS. Because NIOS is following almost, this CBSE board, NCERT board. So, its standard is very good. If you see the 12th standard question paper, we must be acquainted with question paper. Then you'll come to know if our boys at the end of 12th standard, they have to write all that. They have to come to that standard, that kind of standard poems and prose or reading material. If they have to be very comfortable with that, what kind of teaching, training we have to give them right from 6th standard. What kind of exposures we have to give them. And most importantly, the students will be observing the teachers minutely, believe it. Believe me, dear brothers and sisters, they'll be observing the teachers. More than anything else, they'll emulate you, how you speak, how you behave, how you conduct yourself, what kind of pronunciation. Same thing they will emulate. They'll develop the same thing. Okay, so principles of English teaching learning, concepts and principles involved in effective language teaching and learning. Very strong foundation with basics of listening, speaking, reading and writing at 6th class level. I reiterate, at 6th class level to be given. Already we have dealt with it at a length. Next one, joyful learning and learning through entertainment is the way. Listening constantly, informal reading, and listening to audio visuals and stories and informal reading is very, very powerful tool. What is meant by informal reading? Do you know what is the importance of informal reading? Anyone? Simply, you provide them storybooks, don't tell them anything, not for the sake of assessments. It's like warming up exercise. I remember when I was in almost 8th standard or 7th standard, in Bangalore, I was studying in Kendriya Vidyalaya, Malleshwaram. So, when I was studying there, on my own accord, see, I used to buy this Amar Chitra Katha stories, which was available in a shop near my house. Every time, see, Mahabharata, the new episode would be released, I was eager to go and purchase and read that myself. See, that kind of reading habit, informal reading. You supply them with storybooks. There must be a cupboard. I told you already about the infrastructure that we should have. We must have cupboards. We must have all those storybooks. Just give them English separate library we must have. It should not be, see, for example, this library, what happens, the general library that we have in schools, it will cater to various things. They'll have physics also, they'll have science materials, they'll have maths material, they'll have some newspapers, everything. And what happens when we expose them to these libraries, generally they prefer to go through sports items only, isn't it? They pick up something, they want only sports. They don't really improve in English. They just go through some headlines, they keep selecting something trash or some films, something that they'll go through all that. So what we have to do, we have to be particular about supplying them an English library where we keep number of storybooks. They should feel every day so much is there for us to read. They should start getting interest without your teaching, formal teaching. They themselves picking up the book, reading. They themselves picking up vocabulary. Subconscious mind, it will be there as a passive vocabulary, right? I told you already, first it should be passive, then the passive vocabulary will become active vocabulary in course of time. Give them time. At the end of 1 year only you can test them for speaking, not even then. Probably for sometimes some people may take more time. It doesn't matter. It takes its own time. We have to wait. Ours is to put the chemicals. Crystallization will come by itself. This is a very, very important concept. So listening to audiovisual, informal reading, just give them entertainment. They'll be so happy in your class. See, I have written that last sentence. Let me see. Powerful tool to produce geniuses. Geniuses. We have produced, see, Prahalada, how he was produced. Nobody taught him formally with exam. He started listening to it with entertainment. It was automatic. So informal reading, okay, inspirational reading, that is very important. Next one, not exams and marks, but learning is the motto for learning. One of the Premdeep sessions Swami was telling, because at that time the exam was cancelled, this CBSE exam was cancelled. Then he asked the CBSE boss, because we were sitting there in one of the Premdeep sessions a few months back, maybe around July. Swami said, now your exams are cancelled, what will you do? Swami was having a dig at them. He was trying to pull their legs. Then they were like, nonplussed, some people. So Swami said, see, now, he told many things. Therefore, you should study only for the sake of studies, not for exam. If you wanted exams, see, now exams are not there. And many people were disappointed because exams were not there, because they wanted to choose some engineering course or something, because even 12th standard level, if exams are, some people were disappointed because they were waiting for exams so that they would join some course. And isn't it, many people in the country, they were disappointed when the exams were cancelled, in fact. And Karnataka board, they never cancelled even till the last. They tried to have it at I think it was cancelled finally, right? Finally it was cancelled, no? 10th standard SSLC exam, they had this, okay, PUC. So they don't want to cancel it because their course. But then Swami drove home this point, that suppose it is cancelled, then if you are studying for the sake of exams, you will get disappointed. But whereas suppose you are studying for knowledge sake, suppose you are you are learning all this language for the sake of just knowledge and enjoying it, you will never be. See, either way you will be a beneficiary. You will not think that exam is going to make a difference. Therefore, it's very, very important that not competition, but passion for knowledge. And this is the very reason Swami has brought in NIOS. The exams are only one phase of it. We should not make that very important. Marks. Some people, they will put marks, they'll take marks to be so important. Show it to parents. We are going to conduct tests now and then. Show it to... All this is instilling fear in the students. The moment that fear comes, knowledge disappears. Knowledge comes only in a conducive atmosphere, congenial atmosphere of entertainment and friendliness. You have to create an atmosphere of friendliness, not fear. In fact, exams should not at all be announced. Can you tell me why? At this point of time, quickly I'd like to tell you why tests should not be announced at all. Swami told this. We should be eager to bring Swami's words into action at the earliest. What are we doing? Swami has told so many things. What are we doing? Are we bringing those words into action? Our principal, warden, chairman, all teachers, we are all there to bring Swami's words into action. We have to make it practical. We make our own theories and we say this way it should be done. Exam should be given, monthly test, weekly test. What is all this? What we should do, what we should keep it in mind is, in fact, tests should not be announced at all. And what is the big danger if you announce the test? Can you tell me? What is a big test? What is a big danger if you announce the test? The moment you announce the test, it will be tomorrow, it will be day after tomorrow, next week there will be a test. That very moment, the marks phobia, that fear will come into them. And their whole mind will be only on that marks. Their whole mind will be only on that. They'll forget all of the kind of fear will come in, be instilled in their mind. It becomes annealed with their nature. They'll not be happy at all. Swami wants joyful methodology. But because assessments have to be done, some way or the other, assessments will have to be done, no doubt. How it should be done? Unannounced. Surprise tests. In fact, if you give surprise tests, they'll be always ready. Make them more efficient. Anytime they should be ready for test. Test is my taste, Swami says. Test is my taste. Why you make test as more important than something? It should be taught when you have taught them well. Anything you teach them very well, then you conduct the test. Then I understand. Without teaching them well, you can't conduct test. Therefore, first you satisfactorily teach them. Then anytime they should be ready for the test. Tomorrow, come on, now I'll give you a test. If I say, come on, now I'll give you a test, they should be ready. Yes, sir. Then your class is a good class. You're a good teacher. You're a good teacher if you don't announce the test. Otherwise, they'll try all their nefarious methods. They'll keep I was, I have conducted this board exams for about 5 years. AISSC exam, All India Secondary School exam. In KGF, I was the superintendent, 200 students in autumn, 200 students. And then, the first time, I'll just deviate a little, just to make you understand. I was the superintendent, and first day when I went to the examination hall, I found, oh my God, I was shocked. Mass copying. There's mass copying going on. And invigilators allowing, as if nothing has happened. And when I came to the room, immediately, invigilator also. Then what I did, like Shivaji, who did many adventures, I did one adventure. I said, I will teach them a lesson. Okay, they can't escape with me like this. I should not allow all this mass copying in this school. So I quietly kept quiet at that moment. Then after the school hours, I went to a neighboring school whom I knew very well. Secretly, I took some teachers. I took some teachers as my confidants. I said, you have to now tell, we will raid the school. They all got, yes sir, we will do this. It's a great adventure. Okay, you have to raid the school and you have to catch them red-handed. Because I was the superintendent, I had the power to even debar them. If I had signed and if I would send some copy chit or anything, they'll be debarred for 5 years. So what I did to teach them a lesson, we should not do that. I didn't do actually that, but in order to teach them a lesson, what I did was, I took many teachers because these teachers, they have already been booked by them, that school. They're from neighboring schools and their own schools, so they will not listen. So where is honesty then? See, what is going on in this country? Then I said, okay, quietly I took all the teachers, many teachers. And then next day, suddenly I told, come on, enter these classes. And they started entering the classes. 8 teachers, suddenly they entered in disguise, as if they are CID people. And they caught one girl red-handed with a chit, with complete answer paper. She's copying completely in the answer paper. And everybody got alerted, completely. There was not a stir. And I put these teachers in charge. I removed all other teachers from invigilation. I put all new teachers, two teachers I put. Government was giving salary only for 1 teacher. So I gave my own salary. I said, I'll give my own salary, no problem. I'll give 1 more teacher, 2 teachers in 1 class. Nobody should stir. And they all became like, dazed. And then this girl came to me later, and that principal was in perspiration, principal of the school. Because see, everybody knows that if the teachers are allowing, principal also will allow. Then the principal came to me and said, I'm just revealing this to you. Please don't take it otherwise. I said, sir, please allow her to pass, sir. I said, don't worry, I'll deal with this. Nothing will happen. Then I called that girl and I talked to her. I said, see, it's not correct. It's not good. If you are doing like this, it will hit you back later. You should not do this. So immediately after taking the paper, I had allowed her to continue the exam. She had continued the exam anyway. I had given them some other supplementary paper and I did not complain at all. So next day onwards, you see how there was not even 1 copy case because I forgave her. I said, you should not do this again. Don't do such things. Afterwards, you should come and tell me. In fact, after 1 year, she has written a letter. She sent a letter. She said, I have left that bad habit. I have understood. And she actually wrote a letter, she sent a message. So we should not, we are not there to punish the children. We have to transform them. We have to tell them the bad effects of copying, malpractices, what will happen, how it is bad for us. So we have to inspire them like that. So this is about this one. Next one. English language has to be integrated with Paravidya. Already we have told this in front of Swami also. And it can, all this, So next one. There must not be any pressure of examination system. All these are principles of English teaching. We have already told in many different point of time. So tests should be unannounced. See, tests should be conducted on what is taught well. And after giving enough practice to students. And tests must boost the self-confidence. See, tests they should enjoy. They should enjoy the test. And, any test, you can give them a story of that, that Arjuna, who was concentrating on the eye of the bird. Narrate that story so beautifully, and Bhima and Duryodhana coming. You should narrate it in a humorous way that they enjoy it. Storytelling it is called. So, it should not be too easy or too difficult also. Test should not be too difficult. It should not be too easy also. It should be a mixture. The student should get their self-confidence boosted. They should feel happy after the test. Neither it should be very easy. And I have already told you the importance of necessity of having what? Common assessment pattern. Why we should have common assessment. Next one. Tests should be all comprehensive and not one-sided. It should not be pen paper at all. This means all aspects of language like listening, speaking, reading and writing must be tested separately. Listening should be separate. For example, a boy will be able to speak well. He will not be able to write well. Can you label him as a dullard? He'll be able to speak well. He'll not be able to write well, suppose. Can we say you are useless? A boy will be able to write well with good handwriting. Okay, he can understand English, but he's not able to speak fluently. Can we say he's useless in English? So all these areas should be separately conducted. Tests should be conducted for listening. For example, I can understand Telugu. Swami speaks in Telugu. I can understand Telugu. I can understand it. That is also one aspect of learning. I should give value to it. You can't say, unless I speak very fluently, I know the language. At least listening, to that extent, I know. Therefore, listening must be tested. Speaking must be tested. Writing, handwriting must be tested. Grammar must be tested. And put together whatever you get marks, that is where you stand in English. You agree with this? Correct me what I'm telling? So what happens at the end of the year in this pen paper test, earlier whatever system we had, at the end of the year, what were we having? Even if the boys were good speakers, suppose they were not good in writing, or if they were not well, suppose out of typhoid or anything, if they were not well, they would not do the 3 hours test. Can you judge anybody in just 3 hours paper at the end of the year and say you are useless or you are this much? Throughout the year you conduct monthly tests. Every month you keep conducting some kind of, quiz sometimes, this 10 or 20 marks test. You keep conducting now and then in different activity-based method way. And comprehensively taking all that together, you give it in a grade system. Because marks also, you should not tell marks, because again, the mind will be on marks. So those marks, we have to convert it to grade system. Say for example, what is the big difference from 95 to 100? People commit suicide with 1 mark difference. 99, oh, I didn't get 100, I'll commit suicide. It has happened, Swami has actually quoted this in his speech. Swami has quoted this in his speech in his Premamritam. He said, 1 mark, 2 mark difference, they commit suicide. That means they're so mark-centric. They're so obsessed with marks, they don't know the value of marks only. 95 they have got, and they don't know, they think that, they are useless. To commit suicide with depression with 95 marks, what kind of attitude they must have developed? They have not understood the value of marks only. So on the one hand, it is true that aim high, soar high. If you aim for 90, you will get at least 80 or 70. If you aim for, that is true. But at the same time, you should be happy with whatever you achieve. That contentment also must be there. Contentment is continuous feast. So, therefore, this kind of, the grade system, that is very, very important. Grade system, you have to continuously, comprehensively evaluate them throughout. It is called, earlier CBSE had the CCE system. Continuous comprehensive evaluation. That was very, very good actually. It was almost correct according to what Swami is now envisaging. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry? Test should be all comprehensive and not one-sided. I'm very sorry. That not is missing there. It should not be one-sided. Thank you so much. Yeah. Then next one. Thank you so much for pointing out. It was a very correct. Then only the overall personality will be developed. Next one. Small assessments to be done throughout the year for 10 or 20, 15, 10 or 20 marks. And then through various activities to assess all the 4 aspects of English. Learning, speaking, reading and writing. And the aggregate of the result after conducting remedial teaching. See, for example, when we give marks to the students, it should not be, one-time effort. See, for example, with one attempt, he might not have done well. He or she might not have done well. You conduct remedial teaching and give one more opportunity, one more remedial, test. You tell them, don't worry, I'll conduct once again. I'll teach you again, I'll conduct once again. Then they'll feel, I'm not being labeled. We are not here to just, waiting for an opportunity to say you are useless. We are giving them Time. So remedial teaching is something very, very important. I want to draw your attention to this remedial teaching and remedial tests. And give one more opportunity, then that mark we have to show it to the parents, otherwise not. So then remedial teaching, remedial tests, less number of children should be there in the class. All that we have discussed actually, this entire thing we have already discussed very well, why it should be less, and Swami has already told all this at length in Paravidya speech, how many students, only that many when the class teacher can handle individually, remembering their background, everything. Why you should remember the background? Why should you remember the background of every student, their financial problems or their health problems? Why should you know? In what way it will help you as a teacher? Yeah? Yeah. And you can deal with them in a correct way. See, for example, when you're telling something about, say, for example, parents, or when you know that somebody has lost parents, suppose you know that somebody doesn't have father, mother, you will not utter some sentences. These are sensitive things. So you'll be careful about such things. When you know the background of somebody's from very poor background, you know how to deal with the students. So only when you know them very well individually in a class, then you will be able to teach well and assess well. See, in assessment, there is one more very, very important thing I would like to tell you. It cannot be merciless. Shakespeare says, what is that? Forgiveness. Mercy it drops from heaven. It's a heavenly quality. It drops from heaven. What is that? Merchant of Venice. It is doubly blessed. It blesseth the giver. It blesseth the person who blesses. It blesseth the one who is blessed. It is doubly blessed. So this judgment is there, no? Or this, what we say, the test or results, that should be based on mercy also. You can't be ruthless same to everyone. For example, when you are assessing, when you know a boy is from a very poor background, you know that. You know his background. While assessing, you should be little lenient. You should know how to encourage him. I'm not saying you should give very lenient marks. Little lenient. Even if you give 1 mark extra, you should know, it goes a long way for him to instill that confidence. He'll feel, I'm good. And you should be little strict with the intelligent ones. Why? He is anyway intelligent. You should expect him to do on his own. Why we should be lenient towards the intelligent? Generally what happens, a teacher, he'll be very good with the intelligent. Good answers, he'll get. Dronacharya, Swami has often told, Arjuna was good, but a real teacher is one who teaches more the weak student. They require your assistance more. This is reason as I see it. Intelligent ones can do it themselves. The weak ones, they require your assistance more. Therefore, you should know how to balance the assessments. The intelligent ones should feel that you are not very liberal. You are taking care of this. You are not very liberal. You are tight with them. And they should not know how you are doing. But the weak ones, when they see their marks, they should feel that you are supporting them. Oh, sir is very good. He understands me. He is encouraging me. This way, you have to balance the assessment. This cannot be told in paper and pen. You have to know as a teacher where to balance, strike a balance. So these are sensitive things that you have to keep it in mind. Then, this finishing portions, I would like to once again reiterate, it is here. Finishing portions should not at all become the motto. As I told you, the worst word that we can have is finishing the portions. We want to finish the portions. There is without knowing the nuances of what is portion, what is that psychology of learning, why we should teach. We are just blindly, we want to finish the portions. And the best word I told that we can have is creativity. The worst word is portions for a teacher. The next one, poems are not to be assessed. Now this is a very important thing. Probably many of us are committing mistakes here. Poems are not to be assessed. We assess poems also. Poems are meant only for what? So when I start reciting a poem, behold her, single in the field, yon solitary highland lass, reaping and singing by herself, stop here or gently pass. Alone she cuts and binds the grain and sings a melancholy strain. Oh, listen, for the vale profound is overflowing with the sound. No nightingale did ever chant more weary notes to shady haunt of travelers in some shady haunt among the Arabian sands. See, when you recite like this, what is it that the students enjoy? What is that? What is it that the students enjoy here? Is it the meaning or is it what else? It's a feeling, the tune. It's a song. Poem is a song. When you sing a song, ಆಡಿಸಿ ನೋಡು ಬೀಳಿಸಿ ನೋಡು ಉರಳಿ ಹೋಗದು ಏನೇ ಬರಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಸೋತು ತಲೆಯ ಬಾಗದು ಎಂದಿಗೂ ನಾನು ಹೀಗೆ ಇರುವೆ ಎಂದು ನಡೆಯು what is that? ಎಂದು ನಗುವುದು ಹೀಗೆ ನಗುತ್ತಲಿರುವುದು ಆಡಿಸಿ ನೋಡು ಬೀಳಿಸಿ ನೋಡು ಉರುಳಿ ಹೋಗದು. It's a poem, it's a song. Poem is a song. You have to sing, you have to entertain. Poem is only for entertainment. You have to just, poem recitation, you have to just instill the love of literature. Or even if that song is there, for example, what is that our intern brothers will appreciate. I don't know. I mean, don't afterwards fall upon me, okay? What is that? Chamunde taiyane naninoni none innella. That's a good song, good meaning, no doubt about it. Okay. I have shown 55 films to CBSE boys, 55 films. And I used to censor it. 3 hours film, I used to bring it down to 1.5. And the students used to curse me. This is Anand Krishna sir. 3 hours film now 1 hour madbidtare. I used to go to Chikbalapur, carefully see, because I was very particular, not even one bad thing they should be exposed to. But at the same time, I wanted them to enjoy. Whatever was good, I was putting. So they were enjoying like anything. 55 films. And now also when they meet me, they say, sir, we enjoyed, sir. So many films, sir. Love it. So what they enjoy, see, to the extent possible, we should give it to them. To the extent possible, we have to give it to them. That's what they remember later. We have to make an indelible mark on them. We have to create that mark on them. We have to show so much love that they'll never forget us. True love means intensely we should love our children. Okay. So poems are not to be assessed. Therefore, when you say, I'll assess you for this poem, then no, that's fear. So can you sing a poem with fear in your heart? You cannot do it, isn't it? You cannot do it actually. You have to do it with love. Can you say, I'll put a gun point on my head and say, I love you? You should love me. It's not possible. Love is not possible out of force. It cannot be possible, isn't it? Love comes from the heart. Am I not right? Love comes from the heart. If a person has to adore someone, you can't be afraid of him. You have to see, all said and done, see, fear of sin and all is correct. Fear of sin, love of God. That's what Swami has told, love of God. More than fear of sin, you must love God. You should love Swami. You should not be afraid of Swami. Then, automatically because of the love, you will not do something which will displease him. Not out of fear that he'll punish us. 1,000 mistakes, no problem. When we understand, we'll correct ourselves. Next one. So poems should not be tested. Here onwards, will you test the poem? But do a lot of poem recitations. Do a lot of it, because it instills that love of literature. They enjoy it. One poem I would like to read it out. Will you? I'll just read it out. I'll distribute it. Anybody? Can you help? Now you see how you will enjoy this. Two people should share this. Poem recitation. So you want one? See, if you really do poems well, there's one thing which I would like to point out here, which Sir has told. Your attention, please. Now, suppose poems are part of assessments in 10th or 12th level. If you really are doing poems well right from the beginning and you have inculcated this love for that poetry, you don't have to do anything else. They will themselves do that poems very well in the exam. You don't have to train them for that. Poetry recitation, you don't have to train, especially for examination. But do it really the way you should do. Poem recitations. See, how do we do for examination? Generally, we explain the poem. We explain the poem, we kill poems. We are torturing poems, actually. We remove all that, that what we say, sublimity in it. And if we teach them, if we teach the poetry recitation for the sake of exam, without doing the way it should be done, is that worth having it? I would say, in fact, here I would like to quote Swami. Swami said, certain things the teachers should have, it is up to the teachers. If they feel in examination, suppose, certain things you have not taught and it's coming, you can, these are Swami's words, I quote Swami's words. If you feel that certain things are coming in the exam, but you feel as a teacher that it is not important for us to focus on that, you convince the students that doesn't matter even if you score 10 marks less, 5 marks less, you expect only out of 80, you don't worry. Because this is not important. They are giving examination just for the sake of exam. NIOS is a pretext. The real aim is to give teachers and to teach the way we have to teach. We have to have our own standard for Sri Sathya Sai Lok Seva, our own standard for Sathya Sai institutions. Our students should become electric orators who will speak fire, who will enthrall the audience. Isn't it? So that should be the ideal. Therefore, poem recitations, you just do the way it should be done, they will take care. You don't have to train them for poems, especially for examination. But thank you, sir, for drawing that. This is a very important clarification which was required. I had forgotten to. So this poem, you see how beautiful it is. Humorous poem. I'd like to I'll give you 2 minutes to go through, just 2 minutes. Just go through quickly, glance at it, and then I'll read. Humorous poem, okay. To instill the love of literature, the students will laugh. The muddle head, the confused person, Supandi. You can say myself sometimes like that. And he's an absent-minded. I saw a film when I was small, Absent-Minded Professor. A very beautiful film. You should see that film. Always he'll be absent-minded. Okay. I knew a man from Petoskey, as muddle-headed as could be. He always got mixed up with clothes. He wore his mittens on his toes, forgot his collar in his haste, and tied his tie around his waist. What a muddlehead was he, that man who lived in Petoskey. They told him as he went about, "You have got your coat on inside out." And when they saw his hat, they said, "You have put a saucepan on your head." What a muddlehead was he, that man who lived in Petoskey. At lunch he scratched a piece of bread and spread some butter on his head. He put his walking stick to bed and he stood in the rack instead. What a muddlehead was he, that man who lived in Petoskey. He walked up to a tram one day and climbed very sprightly. Imagine what is happening. Conductor thought that he would pay. Instead, he said politely, "Pardon your begone, Kister Monductor. I am off for a week's vacation. I stop you to beg your cranway tar as soon as we reach the station." Conductor got a fright and didn't sleep that night. What a muddlehead was he, that man who lived in Petoskey. He rushed into the first cave. "A railway ticket, please, one way." And the ticket office said, "A slice of tea and a cup of bread." What a muddlehead was he, that man who lived in Petoskey. He passed the man collecting the fares and entered a carriage awaiting repairs. That stood on a siding all by itself. Half of his luggage he put on a shelf. The rest on the floor, his coat on a slab, and settled himself for a bit of a nap. All at once he raised his head. "I must have been asleep," he said. "Hey, what stop is this?" he cried. "Petoskey," a voice replied. Once again he closed his eyes and dreamt he was in paradise. When he woke, he looked about, raised the window and leaned out. "I have seen this place before, I believe. Is it Kharkov or is it Kiev? Tell me where I am," he cried. "In Petoskey," a voice replied. And so again he settled down and dreamt the world was upside down. When he woke, he looked about, raised the window and looked out. I seem to me what it is called, he cried. Petersky, a voice replied. Up he jumped. It's a crime. I have been riding all this time. And here I am where I began. That's no way to treat a man. What a muddlehead was he, that man who lived in Petersky. So it's a humorous poem. The meaning is there. No doubt meaning will be there with a poem, but most important that the way of recitation is more important than in a poem. And students enjoy only that. Sometimes students enjoy just not even the song also, we enjoy only the tune. Who cares about much of the meaning behind the bhava, the tune, that mesmerizes us, that captivates us. Therefore, many poems should be done very well, and it should be lyric, especially the lyrical poems. Some of the poems are serious poems. There are some ballad poems, that means prose poems, which actually narrates a story poems we call. They are called ballads. But lyrical poems are the best poems. We'll read some more poems in course of time, in two more poems tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Now, let's finish the next point. And what a muddlehead I am, where is my gun? Okay. Now, also. You have to just teach a few chapters using intonation, modulation, slowly, properly, with proper pause, stress, and pronunciation. You have to teach them very good way how to read a lesson. Once you teach them a few chapters, 5 or 10 or 5 or 7, 8 chapters, then slowly start telling them to read themselves with the help of dictionary. Say any important word, underline it, go to the dictionary. You help them if if problem comes. Inculcate the habit of reading on their own after initiating them how to teach lessons, how to read themselves. No doubt we have to teach them to read lessons in the beginning for 7th standard. And then once they pick up after about 6 months, you teach them 5 or 10 lessons. Then they should start reading themselves. Up till 12th standard, they should be able to read on their own. Can you believe it? I'll make a statement. Literally, I have not taught any chapters other than those chapters with archaic words, very difficult words like Julius Caesar, Old English, archaic words, very difficult type of English, Elizabethan era. Only such lessons I used to teach, or poems, difficult poems I used to teach. All other chapters, right from 8th standard, my class, I never taught them at all. They read themselves. How did they become good speakers? Even now we have some, all our boys who are now doing medical and all, that Yuva Supreet, Ritik Raj, he's doing architectural engineering. They are fiery orators. How did they do? Ask them. I never read the lessons. If a teacher starts teaching for examination's sake and reading the chapter, making him understand, it is only displaying our ignorance and displaying our failure in inculcating reading skills. They must be able to read themselves in 9th and 10th level. Of course, there are some urgent needs of the hour. For example, now they have come, now only exam is there. You may have to help that way. But I'm talking in normal circumstances. We have to prepare them right from 6th, 7th, and then when they come to 9th and 10th and 11th, 12th, they will be able to do it themselves. And teacher should be only a facilitator, going around, solving their doubt. Any problem, any sentence you didn't understand, any word in the dictionary you could not decipher the meaning or the pronunciation, only that much. Is it okay? Did you understand this part? Okay. Then next one. Dictionary usage should be a compulsory part of teaching learning process. It empowers. Very, 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 very important word. Empowers. Empowering is very, very important word. We should not make students slaves of us permanently. We should not make them depend on us permanently. We should make them independent of us. They will be grateful to you for some real achievement. Why should they be grateful to you otherwise? If you teach them something which will make them independent and always empowers them, tomorrow they will be grateful to you forever. Give them something which will never be lost. Teach them the art of reading. Teach them the art of finding words from dictionary, pronunciation and all that. Then they will be able to read on their own any book. That is real help that a teacher will give. Empower them. Please empower them. It is a very selfless idea. Empowering is a selfless idea. If a teacher wants to be always in the position of a giver, you depend on me, I will teach the lesson, then it means you are a very selfish teacher. You are clearly accepting that you are a very selfish teacher. You don't want to empower them. You should be ready to make the student greater than yourself. He should surpass you. Arjuna surpassed Dronacharya. He defeated Dronacharya. So, therefore, and this dictionary learning, again, people, this thought may come again and again. Why should we teach all this dictionary in 6th class level, big dictionary, 6th class level? Why is it necessary? Because they will not be able to learn afterwards. Their tender minds are there only in 6th class level. They'll pick up fast. Finish it in 6th class level. Take 1 full year, finish it. Afterwards, employ it. You know, you apply that. After that, application of the dictionary. Only application. 6th class, teach them how to use dictionary. 7th onwards, apply that knowledge to reading. After teaching a few chapters, they should start doing on their own. How do we learn swimming? In the beginning, the coach. Later, gradually, you start learning on your own. You don't require tube at all. The support is required only for a few months. Support is required only for a few months. Later, you become independent. You jump even into 16 feet or 18 feet, you will be able to float. Okay, so therefore, dictionary usage is very, very important. Informally, the more we delay, the more difficult it would be to teach the same. In the 6th grade, only syllabus should be to teach dictionary usage, cursive handwriting, supplementing with audio visuals and informal reading. So, has it gone into your, has it been, instilled in your mind? What is the syllabus of 6th class? Can anyone tell? 6th class syllabus, handwriting. Because see, we all complain about handwriting so much. We all say worst handwriting. We are all there to complain, that's all. What way are we helping? We only don't give them handwriting and we complain on them. We say useless handwriting, 9th standard, 10th standard, they don't know how to write. Have we taught them writing? Therefore, you should give handwriting in 6th class level. Let it take 1 year, no problem. Struggle with it. Let us also struggle. If we want to become English teachers, we have to do it. There's no other way. Because children are looking at us. They want practical results. Therefore, handwriting, in 12th standard, they have to write board examination, NIO's board examination. They'll cut a sorry figure if they don't write in good handwriting. Isn't it? And in 12th, if you start teaching handwriting, they will not learn. Therefore, when you should teach handwriting, 6th class, you should teach handwriting. And that continues. That legacy continues. Afterwards, once you teach them, every day 2 pages copywriting, it becomes easy for you to correct. Every day you give marks. Only for handwriting, you can give marks. Just to motivate them. Every day handwriting, out of 10, 9 out of 10 I'm getting, 8 out of 10 I'm getting. Only for handwriting, you have to give marks. So that they keep getting motivated. Okay. The next one. Our own textbook has to be brought out with the choicest lessons with moral, environmental and cultural value. And our own textbook should be brought out. Swami in fact said, write your own book. And probably we'll be writing our book. All these things will come out in form of a book. But first, it will take some time because we are writing Paravidya books. All that should be completed. We are thinking of bringing out a book with Swami's permission. Swami has already told. All this, one book where all this will be incorporated. The syllabus of all these, listening comprehension, phonetics, all this whatever we have told in one book only for 6th class, for every class. And we have already prepared. In fact, Vrinda's sister is sitting here. She was one of the, the persons who brought out very good lessons for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. We have already done this long back for NIOS. We have already formed the content, but then we have to revise it because Swami has told to put more of Indian authors there. We have brought the best of the Western authors, no doubt, but Swami has told to add more of Indian authors chapters. So we are going to revise it and present it to you as a sample, reading part syllabus. We have a listening part syllabus separately. Listening part syllabus, audiovisual. Which are the audiovisuals to be shown? That syllabus only we have formed. We have formed that syllabus. We'll give it to you. What is the audiovisual? In 1 year, how many audiovisuals we can show? So everything should be tested. Listening should be tested. Reading should be tested. Like that, it goes. So we have formed the speaking syllabus, spoken language activities. What are the spoken language activities to be conducted for every class? We have formed a syllabus. So LSRW is the syllabus for all classes. Uniform way it will be. What is a common syllabus? LSRW. If anyone asks you, what is the common syllabus, broad-based syllabus? LSRW for all classes. Listening. But the listening tasks will be different. For 6th class, for 7th class, it will be different listening audio visuals. 7th class, 8th class, it will be different audio visuals. Syllabus will be different, but the same pattern. LSRW for all classes from 6th to 12th. Okay. So, all this the same thing we have already done. See, rise to the occasion, challenges are given, and we must have our own book. And then it is better to give challenging tasks to the weaker ones than to give easy tasks to the capable in a class having heterogeneous mixture, sharper and average people. Swami says, aim high, soar high. Prescribed textbook in the formative years will force the teachers to only complete portions for the sake of assessments. This is a very big obsession. I want you to break out of this. I don't know whether you're convinced. Are you convinced, dear brothers and sisters? You have to break out of this narrow-mindedness. We must have a syllabus of lessons. And we think only that lessons is the syllabus. Only those chapters, that is the entire syllabus for them. What a narrow-minded idea. We must break out of it, come out of that narrow-mindedness. Are you convinced, brothers and sisters? Are you all convinced that we must have a creative syllabus? How many of you are convinced? How many of you are convinced that you must have a creative syllabus? Not just lessons only as syllabus. Have you been convinced? Surely? Bravely can you raise full hands? Oh, fantastic. Good. So, you see, I'll tell you, this path is only for the courageous. Otherwise, it will not work out. Any of these things, again, we'll revert back to only one textbook and we'll say 100 marks paper and we'll say test you have to conduct, submit the marks to the principal. That's all. We are rounding about only these things. Nothing more will be happening. Okay, next one. So, prescribed textbook, we should not go in for it too much. We should not worry too much about it. Formal grammar should not be taught for the 6th class. Grammar is for the learned. Will any child learn English through grammar? Think about it. Grammar will never teach anyone to learn. It is taught only by listening. So, grammar is later. Grammar is for the sake of learned. In the end, you have to teach grammar. Therefore, first you teach them listening and all these things. Next one. Only the teacher, one teacher to teach all the classes. This is all we have all discussed already till 12th standard. And then next one. Anything if I have forgotten, let me check. It's not going back. In case of lack of effective teachers to handle all subjects, at least the subject teacher should continue for the next higher classes. Yeah, all this we have dealt it. What is this? Few fixed teachers should be kept rotating, from 6th to 7th, and they should be kept rotating from 6th to 12th. 12th standard should take the 6th standard. 6th standard should keep taking till 12th standard. This is the idea. And next one. What is this? It's not coming fast. It's going slow. Most importantly, to identify the right people, and who are the right people, Swami says, you have to identify the right people and entrust children to them. Just identify the right people. And who are the right people? Interns, brothers and sisters, and English teachers. Interns, Swami says, brothers and sisters. And then, in every campus, subjects should be monitored by the senior teacher of the subject. HODs should be, this point even Swami told. Openly he has told that you must have HODs. Will you all see that Swami's words will come true? Will you see? Will you see that in your campuses HODs will be formed? Huh? No voice? Okay. All right. Then next one. This is already done. Swami has already told this. And one chief coordinator of the particular subject across all campuses. One chief coordinator must be there for all campuses, for every subject. For every subject. So that's over. I think every campus must have the prerequisites of English teaching. Infrastructure, cupboards. I will tell you about all that later. Need not be told now. I think we are done with this. And now two more this activities are left out. So what you have to do here, this activity I will tell you, brothers and sisters. I'll just take one copy, give it to me. One copy. I'll just read out this. One copy, if it is there extra, give it to me. See here, see the activity 20. What is given here? See, it is very interesting. Objective of this activity is stating opinions, offering and asking reasons, agreeing and disagreeing, comparing. instructions how to do it. You have to do it with your children, but you can do it now. We'll do it now. The teacher explains a situation. Now I'm just going to read this out. The earth is going to be destroyed over the next 2 days. Imagine. The earth is going to be destroyed over the next 2 days due to radiation. And aliens from another planet have come to our rescue, but they can only rescue 12 people and move them to a planet which is very similar to our earth. And these 12 people will start a new world there. These 12 people will start a new world there. Imagine that you have been asked to draw up this list. So, list of 12 people that aliens have chosen you. You have to now draw the list of 12 peoples and you have to say who are those. For example, maybe Prime Minister. You have to give the reasons. Prime Minister is one person you want. Next, you can say, you have to find 12 such important people whom you want to save them from earth destruction. And what criteria would you use to make your decision and why? Discuss this within the group and arrive at a consensus. Now we will make group of 5 to 8 now. How many are here? 4 are here. 5 people you join together, you have to discuss and say what criteria would you use to make your decision. Okay, so say one of you, each group presents its list of criteria. The lists are discussed. Why are you choosing those 11 people? Okay, your criteria, like, okay, he is a very important person, Prime Minister has to be saved, President has to be saved, or chief ministers, or just lawyers, or whoever it may be. The task can be made more specific, asking the students to list 15 criteria. You can have 15 reasons for it, for every person, why. After the criteria are decided, the groups can also write a list of 10 things they would like to take with them to the other planet. You have to write what all you are going to take. So we'll begin this activity. We are going to begin this activity in 5 minutes and you have to present this. Let's see how we are going to present this. 5 people join to a group and maybe bench wise. Or you can turn towards each other. You can turn towards each other also. It will be great fun. You can ask your children to do this. You can actually ask your children to do this. This is a very interesting activity. This can be done with all children. Some kind of prize.
Normal record.
Those who appreciate film stars will say this film star should be protected. A sports person, a teachers, This very much. More role players. So now one group, we'll say from intern brothers and sisters, we'll start with sisters. So intern sisters, one group. Yeah, please, one of you can come forward, the representative, and you can tell what you have discussed. What are the names you have chosen, and what things you are going to take. One group, please come forward. Yeah. One group is coming forward. Please come forward. And you can tell your name. That means your group goes with your name. Your group name will be with your name. And you can tell what criteria you have selected and which are those 11 people and what are the things that you are going to take. What are the things that you are going to take along with? Okay, another 2 minutes. If you are ready with the things also. You are ready? Okay, Krishna sir, Krishna Kredik sir is ready with his things. I'll give the mic to him. Over to Krishna sir. All of you, please, your attention.
Om Sai Ram. We're happy to be helping out with these.
All of you, your attention please. Kindly listen to Krishna sir.
Okay. These first 12 souls that are going to start a whole new world, a whole new creation. First one we bring is Madhusudana Nasai.
Krishna Kredik sir says, first one we are going to take out from this earth is Madhusudana Sai. Okay. All right.
Second one is Prime Minister Modi.
And I request Vrinda ma'am to keep judging, Vrinda ma'am and Lata ma'am to keep judging and note down the one name is enough to write down the group name and you can give marks. Yeah.
Third person is a holistic doctor.
Second person? Who is the second?
Second Prime Minister
Narendra Modi is the second person. Okay.
Fourth person is head of the ISKCON school.
Okay. Third?
No, third is a holistic doctor.
Doctor.
Holistic doctor.
Okay.
He knows all about holistic.
Any holistic doctor. Right. All right. One holistic doctor.
5, 6, and 7 are fertile, beautiful, loving, caring, Balvikas lady teachers.
Balvikas lady teachers who teach very well. Okay. Why? What is the reason for that? Criteria?
The criteria is we need to start a new world. Okay. So we need to have 3 beautiful ladies to go with the gentlemen that are there.
Right.
Okay. Number 8 and 9 are Balvikas students, 1 girl and 1 boy.
Wonderful. Balvikas students, because to start the legacy from there, the Indian journey. Yeah.
Number 9 is a good farmer.
Good farmer. Very good. Fantastic. One good. Okay.
Number 11 is an administrator to help Mr. Modi and the rest of the people.
Administrator help Mr. Modi. So very carefully, he has thought about Modi, sir. How otherwise without him, how he can get on? Okay.
A good counselor. And number 12 is a musician artist.
Beautiful.
To make the world beautiful.
Musician. One very good musician. Okay.
And the 10 things we're going to bring.
10 things. Yeah.
Number 1 is a good cow.
Good cow. Okay. All right.
Actually, we like a pair of cows.
Very important.
A male and a female.
Okay.
Okay. Number 2 is tools. The best tools we can bring.
The best tools.
Tools.
Best tools.
Number 3 is a fire producing many items that will produce fire.
Okay. All right. Fire producing items. Why is that required?
Because we don't know if there'll be fire there. We have to have fire.
Fire. Okay, good.
Okay. Number 4 is water purification tools.
Water purification tools. Okay.
So whatever they have there, we can make water.
RO system.
Okay.
Okay.
Number 5 is dehydrated food.
Okay, dehydrated food.
We're going to take some until we can grow our own.
Right.
Okay. Number 6 is self-preservation books.
Self-preservation books.
A lot of books on preserving yourself in any environment.
Okay.
Number 7 are seeds. All kinds of seeds.
Seeds. Very good. Very good.
Okay. Number 8 are some cooking vessels for these 3 nice, beautiful Balvikas teachers.
Oh, cooking vessels. Cooking vessels. Okay.
Right. And number 9 are medicines. All kinds of medicines. We need medicines.
Yeah.
We don't know what's going to happen.
Yes.
And number 10, very important, is cloth to make new clothes. So we don't know what's going to be there.
Yes.
Okay?
Wonderful. So give them a big hand.
Okay.
Is there? They have thought very well. They have thought out very well. Second group, who is ready can come forward. Yeah, come, please. Mic again.
Sairam. First we will take Swami to there. Then second one is farmer. Third is teacher. Fourth doctor. 5 is engineer. 6 is cooking vessels. 8 is scientist. Then chef and cooking vessels all. Scientist. Then 8th one is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And 9th one is domestic animals like cow and bull. 10th one is weavers. Then 12th one is Guru Gopal Das.
God Gopal Das. Because he will make you laugh there.
Yes, then seeds, pulses, saplings, matchbox, wood, medicines, herbs, cotton, plant, some books, and vessels.
Okay, thank you. Give them a big hand. Very good, wonderful. Next group, anybody from Intern Brothers? Any group? Intern Brothers? Intern Brothers? Yeah? One brother is ready. Anybody coming forward? Intern Brothers? Come. Yeah. Sir, can we just, youngsters once? Yeah, youngsters, Intern Brothers, come forward. Come. Don't worry. Come on. Yeah. Praveen. Yeah. Who? Come. Yeah. Come. Come forward.
Can I speak from here?
Okay. Yeah. Right.
Guru.
Okay.
Because the other people will be taught from him and the next generations are coming forward will be guided from him.
Beautiful.
Okay?
Good dream.
So the next person is a scientist.
Okay.
Who is well versed in all the fields.
Right.
Because as we are going to another planet same as Earth, so we can use the resources which are available there and make it another beautiful place to live in.
Beautiful.
Next, this is thinking in a biological way. Male athlete, female athlete, male dancer and a female dancer.
Okay.
Because it is said that the most physically fit people are dancers and athletes.
Okay.
And only they can bear a more physically fit babies.
Oh.
Yes. Next is a farmer.
Okay. Farmer.
Why? Because in the items list we have put seeds.
Okay.
So that we can grow our food.
Yes.
Then next is a constructor or a builder. So that we can use the resources and build our homes there.
Good.
So then next it is 4 of disciples or the students of Sadhguru with his principles.
Oh, fantastic.
So the items are, first is a goods vehicle.
Oh.
Because
all these things.
From spaceship we'll have to take out all our items.
Right.
Then next is the seeds, as I said. Next, computers and hard disks so that we can store all our books, movies, videos, all our knowledge.
Right.
So next is solar panels because as it is Earth, there will be a sun. So we can use the power of sun and start our electricity also.
Beautiful.
Then next is a Google server because as only 12 people of us are going there, we can take all the knowledge from here and we can use it there.
Yeah.
Next is mobiles for communication. Then
children also will give such answers, I can know. Now, all children, they'll give all such good answers, When you conduct it for your children, how enjoyable it will be. Yeah.
So the next is instant upma and Maggie. Why? Because as we are taking our seeds there, it will take some time for the plants to grow.
Okay.
Until then, we can manage with
Instant things are required.
So all the books,
Okay.
especially of Vivekananda.
Then
and
you take
Sadhguru,
Murli Anna with you. Okay. Okay.
all the books of Vivekananda's and our Sadhgurus in
That's
hard disk
it.
soft copy. because
Very great.
It will be in soft copy, much luggage.
Fantastic.
Then a washing machine.
Washing machine.
Because we'll be busy with other schedules.
Very wonderful. Give them a big hand, please. Big hand. Because giving the valid reasons also is very important. What you are, who are the people who are going to go and what things and why you have selected them and what are the reasons for things also. So now one intern sister, this side. Yeah, come forward. You want to speak there?
So first we have written national leader.
You can tell your name of the group. I mean, at least one name at least from you can say your group. I am like that from this campus so that the people who are judging, they may note down your name. We want to give prizes. We want to give prizes tomorrow, surprise prizes. Thinking that you may be children. So, we'll give any prize. Huh? Okay. Ma'am, you are noting down the names now. Name you have to. Please, all of you tell your names. Whoever is reading, that is enough. That group.
Sakshi.
Okay, Sakshi group. Sister Sakshi's group. Okay.
So first we have selected national leader so that he can implement so many laws.
Okay.
And next we have written spiritual leader.
Okay.
So that when the national leader implements some laws, if there is any mistake, so spiritual leader can tell him and bring it to the proper point. So even he can tell them that everything is Maya and how to... Then we have written one soldier because he can protect everything. And doctor, if anybody are not well there, because next we have written common people. So if somebody is not well, so doctor can help them.
Okay.
Next is architect, as we have written common people. So for them to build home and also architect is required.
Architect, engineer.
Then the farmer, so he can work in the farm and we can get food from him. Then we have written scientist. So he can make so many innovations. Next is teacher. So as we have written common people, so generation will be continuing. So teacher can help them.
Very good.
And next is artist. So artist to give entertainment to the common people.
What kind of artist? Okay.
Maybe musician, dancer, like that.
Fine.
Next, maybe one person like Ananta Krishna sir.
Oh.
So even on that planet, English can be improved.
Thank you so much. I'll be saved. Thank you so much. Great. Really, very, very happy to know this. Okay.
Then the things.
That's great.
Some food items.
Okay.
As people are there, so they need some food.
Yeah.
Next is vehicle. So to move around, we need vehicle. We know that we have legs, but still. Then building materials, as people will be leaving, they need some materials, right? So build.
Okay.
Then scriptures, like Adi Shankaracharya, so many books, maybe Swami's books. So all the scriptures, because on that only our India is alive today.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Then clothing, which is basic necessity for human beings.
Great.
Then cell phone, like technology, it includes everything, computer, projector, everything. Then cow. Next, money. Right now in Kali Yuga, I think on money only the most of the world is dependent. So money is also important.
Okay.
Next, some vessels and everything.
Okay. Very happy. Give them a big hand, please. Give them a big hand. Very, very nice. Any other group? Any other group? Yeah. Yeah. Most of the things. Any group, if you feel that you have some new, for example, some things may be repeated, that's okay. So anything if you feel that something may be new.
Almost everything is the same, sir.
Oh, then it's okay. Oh, then it's okay. Then. Okay.
In addition to all that she has read, two youngsters who will be the future citizens, and two children for future development, boys and girls.
Right.
And important items that we carry from here, we have included in addition to what others have read.
Okay.
Sports kits also for
Wonderful.
youngsters' entertainment.
Great.
Rest all is the same.
Rest all is the same. Great. Give them a big hand. The new things are very well done. Anybody else? I think if it is repetition of the same thing, no problem. There was that. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. 2 well-trained interns.
Yeah. Along with Madhusudan Sai, Narendra Modi, Yogi Adityanath, then a best farmer, then a singer, Sumit Tappu, then Dr. Raj, one who was helping the people, guiding the people and counseling the people during the corona pandemic, and an Ayurvedic doctor.
Wonderful. I love that.
And an athlete like Neeraj Chopra or somebody.
Okay.
We have to find out the name. And Narayan Murthy and Sudha Murthy.
Oh, great.
They may provide so many opportunities
because
for
they have done
people.
so much. Correct. They have to be.
And all other things, whatever the materials, like whatever they have to know.
Yeah.
Same things.
Great. Give them a big hand, please. Give them a big hand. So now I think Madam would have noted the points. If I'm not wrong, the time is, I think, seeming to be getting close. Yeah, it's almost 1:05. I would like to bring it to a close now because sir is waiting session. These activities, you can please conduct it with your children. See, for example, it should not be assessed. The very, very important thing is you have to just clap, you have to encourage them, you have to enjoy with them. And these can be done even for 6th class, just to give them an exposure of spoken language. In between all this, handwriting and all the assessment only for those things, handwriting and all those things, assessment for phonetics, but these things, entertainment. Thank you so much. Over to sir. Please come here. We'll give you a mic here.
We'll connect this system. It is there in the hard disk.
Oh, you want to present this?
It's there in the hard disk, right? Yeah, it is external. We can connect. Yeah, sure.
You switch off this, Mine is over. Switch off this. One second. Amma, 1 second.
Om Sri Sai Ram. We are really grateful to Swami. Yeah, we are really grateful to Swami for providing this wonderful platform to share our experiences. In fact, both of us, myself and my wife Vidya, we are teaching 6th and 7th. Actually, I have to confess, I am not a teacher by profession, but I have worked mostly in corporate with Tatas. Whereas she has been a teacher by qualification for almost about 45 to 50 years. She has been teaching, mainly junior children. So we have worked as a team. And I think I should thank Mr. Rajshekhar, our chairman, because though he is young, he has internalized Swami's vision that 6th and 7th is where you should lay a strong foundation. Then they will pick up, which Anant Krishna sir and madam, they have also been endorsing this. So I will just share our experiences, what are the opportunities, what challenges we had, and broadly what approach we have adopted to teach the children. As we go forward, I can explain. Okay. And I also want to introduce Mr. Kumar. He is part of our group because the interns, Mr. Manoj and Manu, they have already introduced themselves. So 3 of us, he is also just very new, about a month in our institution. So he is also learning, a quick learner. So we want to kind of take this forward. Probably, as you said, if you are able to prepare more, then we can move to the next higher class, like what you said. One advantage we had, though we are not a qualification teacher or we are aged, I am almost about 75 and she is 70. So children relate to us better as parents or grandparents. So they don't have that inhibition, we are teachers. No, sometimes they are so loving. and they will just, as she has problem walking her knees, but they will immediately come and take her hand, and I normally walk fast, she will come, where is Vidya Amma? I said, she is just following. No, we'll go and get her. So we enjoy those moments. In fact, sometimes few people have remarked, what are you going to learn from this workshop? You almost you are finished your career. I said, there is no age. You yourself, Mr. Amitakrishna said, there is no age to stop learning. Every day you learn. And we have seen when we move with the younger people, generation, so we become younger by heart, energetic. We derive a lot of energy. So that's what keeps us going. So we will just share our things. Thank you. I'll just proceed. There is one English teachers workshop.
No, this one teachers English workshop experiences.
Yeah.
Experiences.
Yeah. Yeah. This.
You can hold the mic.
Yeah. Or I will ask Mr. Kumar to come. You can just change this.
I'll give you the remote.
Okay, fine. He can talk. Yeah, basically. So experiences and learning from teaching 6th and 7th standard students in Mandya campus. So can you just go to the next? How do you? So, yeah, just skip this. Yeah, here we just broadly summarize some opportunities and challenges. 6th and 7th students being tender and in an impressionable age provide ample opportunities for imbibing new ideas and approaches to English learning. So this we felt is a big qualification. Second, Swami's vision on enhancing their prowess in English is being articulated to them in each class to encourage them to learn English in a joyful way. Every class, we just don't start the lesson. We tell some thoughtful stories or quotes, and we always refer to Swami, because these children keep hearing Swami's speeches in assembly. So where he is going to set up some 600 schools. So we tell them, who do you think will man all these schools? Then it says, we. I said, then don't you feel you need to prepare yourself, inculcate the right values? So that's there in our 6th and 7th, they have that time. Third, as many of these students are learning from basics, these children present a fertile ground to learn English through various interesting activities. Unlike the senior students who are conditioned to traditional learning and teaching methods for quite a few years. So in that way, they are like a very soft clay. You can easily mold them. Whereas if 2-3 years they have spent in the system, they may find this little boring. Then change over to NIOS this year has necessitated mixing students from both English medium and Kannada medium together, which in a way helps children to shed their inferiority complex. See, there is a mindset when we just started the thing. If you ask anything English, they'll say, sir, I am Kannada medium. So we tell them, look, please get out of this mindset. Now there is only one medium, English. So don't say that I am. So that mindset itself took a lot of time for us to, to give up that mindset. And mix freely with the rest of the class. Swami's cherished desire of inducting more MNB students would also help better bonding among students. So we always, this anything we ask, because this little sharp, bright children will always raise their hand. So we tell them, no, we will ask the question. Who know the answer? Put up your hands. So we always ask the weak or the student who is not so good, and we give them space to, they will not be so quick, but we have to tell them, these are your brothers. Swami says, all students are my children. Then you are all brothers. So at your house, would you not, patiently deal with your brother? So that way, every day we keep, reinforcing this idea. Yeah. Then challenges. What are the challenges we had? This year is fraught with multiple challenges. That is changing over to NIOS with English medium across the board. The absence of meaningful learning by many students over the past 1.5 years due to the pandemic, which you also said, this online was not effective. Many children who had no access to internet or who were casual about attending online bridge courses had a lot of learning deficit. This has deprived them of keeping pace with other children when they returned to campus in August, September. I think 7th standard returned in August and 6th standard came in September. Even though MNB children returned to campus earlier, there was difficulty in teaching them parallelly with online children because we had only 40-45 minutes class. It will take 10-15 minutes for them to settle. Then the network problems. So always, because we will be looking at the screen, and whereas the MNB boys, they could not learn meaningfully. But this was mitigated to a certain extent by conducting special classes to MNB children in the afternoon. She used to spend a lot of time, some 15 children will sit around her. Then she will explain. Then there's a continuing challenge of taking the whole class along due to mix of English and Kannada medium as well as MNB and non-MNB children. See, this is a problem we have to deal with day in and day out because always we have to have a balance because this sharper children will learn very fast and the other children will be put off. So we have to, that challenge continues. It is also a challenge to keep the entire class enthused and motivated due to a disparity in their learning levels. Because some boys are very good, they get bored, but whereas the other one they are not able to. To address this issue, we have formed groups with 5 or 6 children comprising a mix of children. What we have done, if somebody is good, so that child will be the leader and he will teach the other children. And what we have told, even the sitting arrangement, when you come to English class, you have to sit as per your group. So now, so these people sitting in a group, any activity, these people try to help this sharper or brighter student. Yeah. So that's, then primary approach was to put the children at ease and persuade them to communicate in English with Kannada words tuned in generously. Initially, we know that it's difficult for them to speak English. So we said you can use Kannada, but slowly you have to stop and then use only English. Employing joviality and banter to overcome shyness and start expressing their feelings and without reservation. For instance, they will make lot of complaints. I mean, still that discipline issue, to a great extent it is there, but still there are a lot of issues. People complain for all minor things, He is sitting in my chair, or he has taken away my pen, he has broken my pen. So I used to ask them, do you know what is CM? They will say Chief Minister. Somebody will say it's a common man. I said, I have a definition of CM. It's Complaint Master. So which title would you like to get? chief minister, a complaint master. So that way, slowly we make them understand that there is no point in complaining. You have to be together. So that this thing. And then slowly we ask them to come and speak. Give up your shyness. That's one thing. Then introducing LSRW, same concept, gently to expose children to English language learning. Writing is also given greater focus to learn to write without mixing of alphabets, upper and lower caste letters. This is a very common this thing. They are not able to form the words. They will make mistakes. B and D they will mix. So these are some of the issues. Enhance their skills in vocabulary development, pronunciation, spellings, phonetics. In fact, phonetics, there is a song, phonetic song, one Jack Hartman. It's a very interesting song. I don't have to connect to this thing, but I can tell you. So there is a way of, he pronounces each A, then B, balloon, like that, Then children enjoy. See, we play that song 5-6 times. They also sing along. So by now, they are able to get the basic phonetics. Because if we ask spelling, then brief introduction to grammar for their level. We are not taking very high grammar, like nouns, verbs, pronouns, tenses, adjectives, adverbs. Everywhere we first introduce through songs. There are beautiful songs about nouns, like tenses. It says, past is then, present is now, future is later. These all which goes into their this thing. But tenses they still mix up. For instance, we conduct this evening class on general good behavior before prayer. So we have told them when we take our car, I said, when you see my car, all of you go and sit. So then one boy says, I sawed your car. So tenses mix up. I said, sawed your car means you are cutting my car into two. How can you come tomorrow? Then we have to see, saw is the past tense. That is the way you have to teach them. Then they learn. Then activities like more learning, interesting and encourage participation. Word and Antakshari. So we said, at least now you have to, minimum 4-letter words you have to say. You can't say to, he, she and all. I said, so it kind of builds their vocabulary. Then encouraging more group activities to bring in teamwork, sharing and caring, library periods, videos, songs. I will show some of them. Employing more hands-on group work as explained in the following slides. Now, NIOS, this monthly assessment, first month, November we did the first month. It was 10 marks, I think, for the pen and paper and 10 marks for some group activity. So we asked them to go to different places. Somebody went to Goshala, somebody went to laundry, kitchen. They observed. So they will come and write a few lines or even draw simple pictures. We have got a good 2-3 temples. They will go and sit there. Or the Saraswati in the front, this thing. These are all the things. Yeah. Then vocabulary development, what we felt was form new words out of a given long word. Like we write a word called hippopotamus. So how many small words you can make out of it? They are coming, they will come like hip, potato, pus, pot. So like this. Then introduction to words with silent letters. So which letters are silent? Then similar sounding words with different spellings like homophones, ball, I. So these are all very, they have got their fancy. They are able to now come with more words. And there are a lot of online YouTube videos are there, quizzes on homophones. They are able to answer most of them. Then rhyming words, antonyms, synonyms. Then we are doing one activity, unscrambling the jumbled words. So we mix up the letters. But somehow they got most of the schools, children, They got an uncanny knack to resolve jumbled words. Even we take some time, but they're able to come. Sir, this is the word. Huh? Very quick. So we thought these things, if you do, they lose the fear of that English. They are, become more conversant. Then there are many YouTube videos, shows on riddles and puzzles. And they develop critical out-of-the-box thinking because we want to first trigger their brain. Otherwise, instead of just telling them, once they get that, then anything we do, they are able to grasp it much faster. Then some of the activities we have done is reading practice. Like you said, library practice. So some teacher... One of our visiting teachers, they presented 2-3 sets of these books, which has both Kannada, English, language as well as science. They are all very simple books, so they are in a big bag. So we give them.
They sit in a group and
yeah.
They sit in a group and they study 4-5. So what I tell them, you don't get up and come and waste your time. There only you exchange your books. So you will know and which are the books you are reading. You write the names of the book. And any difficult words are there, you pick it up, come and ask us how to pronounce or what is the meaning of that, in which context and all. So they do. Whenever any teacher is not there, immediately they come running to me. We want library books. So in that, Kannada book is also there. So I tell them, when you read 2 or 3 English book, you can have 1 Kannada reading, you can take. So what happens that there also they can improve their reading skill as well as in English.
Then mono acting and role playing. Some of the children are very good at that. They're just maybe in Kannada, but we can slowly train
English
them.
They have done.
Some English also they have done. Then general knowledge and quiz. We have some 5-10 minutes general knowledge quiz. Now the children themselves are coming with many GK questions. Then nature walks, observation, recollection and recounting, which I said. We take them out, they observe. And memory game, riddles, puzzles. A lot of memory games are there. Arrange a set of objects in a particular order. Then ask them to observe, disturb them, ask them to rearrange. Or riddles, puzzles, or spot the differences between 2 pictures. Then word and antakshari, unscrambling, which I told you. Then story weaving, this we have to start. Story weaving, a teacher will give a theme, 1 theme. Each child has to speak 1 sentence and connected with that. Then the teacher will kind of help in formulating a cohesive story. So this is something which we are yet to do, but we have plans. Then handwriting practice. In fact, during this online bridge course, we told them at least every day write few lines and you should. They used to send it through WhatsApp. Because as you are, if you don't have the writing practice, as you go to a higher class, you will find it difficult. Your speed will not improve. Handwriting will not be good. And you have to exam and all are very time limitation is there. You have to this thing. Then creative activities. Like this month, we have given them a project. We said musical instruments. So there are a lot of YouTube videos how to make simple instruments out of cardboard. We are not asking for any fancy things. They can make guitar, harmonium with coconut shells. They made tabla, then damru. No, all with teacups, with all fevicol and coloring. So and we have told that this is not an individual activity. All of you have to discuss, and who will bring what you decide. And you talk to your parents. When they come for the next parents meeting, please ask them to bring very simple things. And whichever you can't, we will help. So they are doing that. And like now we have come for a week or 10 days. We have given them worksheets, some lot of crossword puzzles learned. So you have to complete every day 1 and in a group. So that way they are learning. Yeah, then, and every day we start the class with some inspirational thoughts. What does it mean? So that kind of reinforces. So these are some of the verbs we introduced them. Yeah, you can just go next. Then we had completed a 30-day bridge course for both 6th and 7th. So 7th we have done all the 30 days bridge course. 6th we have done almost about 25 days. So they're all sent online the previous day, so they have the opportunity to go through. So next day they are able to participate with greater enthusiasm. Then they have a lot of videos, songs, worksheets, riddles. So they were designed to introduce concept in simple and easily understandable manner to children. We noticed that the children who attended this bridge course are able to grasp the concept much faster. But some people didn't do, they didn't either no access to internet, or they were a bit casual. They are finding it really difficult, struggling. Then these are one bridge course material, like for instance, some brain teasers, guess the fruit, like a man, go. So like that's the video. Then some of the, what am I? Then opposites crossword, like dry means wet. So they have to fill in the crosswords. Then body parts crossword. Then if you drop me, I'm sure to crack, but give me a smile and I will smile back at you. These are all simple things which kind of Then we want to share some of the photos. This is the last. They are doing library. These people have gone and observing. They went to laundry. They have observed. So we reinforce this concept. When you go to laundry, see how much 400 students every day, how much they are washing. So if you keep your dress neat, see how much it will help. Same way kitchen, they come at 4 o'clock, they start cooking. Are you appreciating what they are doing? Every time you say, this is not good, that is not good, you are only making complaint. How much you are able to thank them. So all that we are trying to reinforce and not wasting food. So we are not only limiting it to English, we are just general behavior there. We are trying to intervene because evening she also serves the children. So kind of this, some of the mono acting, some of this which they have done. In fact, just next one I can. These are some of the handwriting, and you can see beautifully they have written 7th class student. And this is a library activity. In fact, today our chairman has forwarded this Education for All. There is a magazine which is published by US devotees. Our children have done a lot of Diwali greetings which have come. So they are very happy. Yeah, just I think it's almost over. So he just turns cat, like that call. It's difficult, I think. Then this is speaking. Then we did this thing on lighthouse. So they made some model lighthouse. In fact, there is a video. There is a lesson called Scholar's Mother Tongue. So they enacted that voice. So this is broadly what we have done. That's you have to connect to the internet. Not. Sorry. So, yes.
Big applause for Subramaniam sir and ma'am. So the idea in this is that our young teachers and interns can get some insights into how to teach children effectively through seniors. They can share and a lot of insights will be received. So tomorrow we will have another senior teacher, Vrinda ma'am. She will give some of her experiences at the high school because she's been teaching in Alike and in the high school for total of how many years, ma'am? We'll introduce her tomorrow. So with this, we will just wind up the session because I think all the young people will now be wanting to rush for the lunch, no? So it's we'll wind up for today. No problem. No problem. You have.
In fact, what sir told, I'd just like to add what all the other activities which sir is doing, very, very necessary. Because we remember here kitchen service also. As sir was telling, they don't know the pains of here the kitchen. Every year they have from our school they had gone and done the kitchen seva for one full day. So they'll come to know how difficult it is to give food 4 times a day for all of us without fail. So it's a very great initiative that sir has taken, and very, very great activities are. And all this is in addition to these basic things, sky is the limit. You can all add all these things as entertainment, as you know, the basic thing. There are certain things which we have to put it as a mandatory thing for basics for 6th and 7th. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, ma'am, once again. And we'll just close with the prayer.
And sir and madam was speaking such beautiful English.
Yes,
Our Amma, beautiful English. When she speaks, it was such a joy to hear. It was very, very good. Thank you, Amma. Thank you. We'll close with a prayer. Om Shanti.
Om
Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.